Okay. Dobrého dňa. Hello. Welcome here. My name is Shimon Pánek. I'm from People in Need. I'm CEO of People in Need, coming for a quick visit to Ukraine, to be here today, but also to meet our teams around part of the country. And it's my pleasure to welcome you here on the workshop, which will discuss findings of the research and focus group meetings and discussions about the localization or nationalization of the humanitarian aid. I think it's extremely timely. In fact, it's late. I think the international community should discuss this earlier, but there is still space to improve from our side, from the side of the donors and international NGOs. People in Need is international NGO, but we started here with the first steps 2003 through, of course, Ukrainian colleagues, NGOs. It was during the other regime, so we operated completely under the radar, not officially, because the activities which we supported were not very welcome by the government. So for us, the going through and together with our Ukrainian colleagues and friends was absolutely natural. Since 2014, we were active also as humanitarian organization, because People in Need, coming from former communist Czechoslovakia, has both mandates: the civil society, human rights, let's say pro-democracy work, but also humanitarian and development. And it was absolutely natural again to work as much as possible through Ukrainian friends. With this round of war coming, we did prepared ourselves, which leaded up to ability to, thanks to our Ukrainian colleagues and also employees. We have a very little of expatriates, and most of our key colleagues are Ukrainians from the very beginning of the new operation, a big scale operation. We were able to distribute aid coming from Czech, but also money to pay for fuel, communication, transportation, and later on even for some capacity building and small development or quick development of Ukrainian partners. And up to date, we have almost 200 of different registered, unregistered, structured, unstructured partners, which enable the aid collected in Europe, basically in Czech. We got a lot of support from the Czech public. We got more than 100 million euro as a donations for Ukraine. So we have to serve in the most effective way, and the most effective way is to limit our patronization or patronizing position, and to do as much as possible together and through Ukrainian civil society. I was 4 days ago in Brussels on senior officials meeting. Maybe you heard about that. All donors, all big NGOs, all UN agencies discussing all the day in Brussels what to do better in Ukraine. And there was often quote that nationalization is very important. And then I took the floor and I put together a few important things which I would like to share with you as well. That it's not enough only to talk about the localization as a new trend, as a new fashion, as a part of the grand, great bargain, that it should be practical. And to be practical means that donors and international NGOs, but I would start with donors, should change some of the conditions in terms of distributing funds and in terms of due diligence, in terms of compliance, in terms of expectations, because, well, we are a big NGO audited 20 times a year, checked by Pricewaterhouse, I don't know who else, but we can't expect the same from a group which is coming from the ground in Zaporozhye. It's just stupid. But it's in fact a contradictio in adjecto, because the big donors are increasing their administrative, financial and other expectations. So I proposed choose few intermediaries, few big NGOs which are known to be relatively modest, close to the field, not turnover oriented, but impact oriented, with the national staff on a higher positions, and try to do it through that. But be practical, because if you will talk about that in Brussels with all 27 member countries, Gulf, Japan, UN agencies sitting around the table, it will change nothing. Of course, USAID was there as well. The second thing, be realistic, so don't increase the expectations if you can't deliver, because it just caused the frustration on the national, on the local level. And now to us, to international NGOs, we have a lot of homework inside of our decision-making processes, I would say philosophy and thinking, and it's not easy, because the donors are pushing you to be as professional, as international, as almost corporate as possible. On the other hand, you want to deal with unstructured, small, growing, overworked, partially burnt out, unfinanced national or local groups. And to find the right way between that, it's very difficult. I started People in Need together with few friends as a volunteer and activist 30 years ago. So I know what does it mean to do the thing just because I feel that we should do it without any funding, without the project, without the proposals, without... and so I have a really soft spot and towards colleagues who are starting, an anger to donors and international industry, basically, which is in fact very close to openly cooperate with our colleagues and friends of any country. But we have to be open. Ukraine is in a very specific position, because Ukrainian civil society, especially after Maidan and when the war started in the East, it's almost incomparable with any other countries. You are better than most of international NGOs, often understanding the country, being effective, quick, dynamic. So thank you very much for that. And with this, I would like to give the floor to our presenters, which will present the findings from the roundtables and also from the research and some of the suggestions. I was asked to be also a moderator, but we have only 35 more minutes, so I'll be a tough moderator, which will, with your permission, cut you if the time will be full. The first, it's Dmytro Kondratyenko from Caritas Ukraine. And as far as I am aware, should be online. So Dmytro, if you can join us, and together with Howard Mollett from CAFOD,
добрий день.
They will present recommendations from the 5 sub-national workshops. So, добрий день and доброго дня, and the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, дякую, Шимоне, за слово. Шановні.
Hello, Shimon. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear participants to the conference. Very happy to have you and see you and hear you online. Thank you for having registered. We have more than 200 participants, attendees to the conference, because the localization issue is very, very important for both Ukrainian and international organizations working in Ukraine. It's very important because, you know, dealing with the issues of localization of humanitarian aid, as we are part of the work group on localization, also dealing with and researching this issue in the studies, in particular the study that was initiated by the Emergency Committee in Great Britain. And I've seen how important this issue is, the issue that we have to now solve in the most active and effective way, because localization is something that helps us to deliver humanitarian aid closer to the people. It will enables us to adapt to the needs that they have, and also use better the local expertise. So first of all, we wanted to present to you the first document, and the first document is the draft shared or joint recommendations. They were developed during the subnational consultancies. There were 5 seminars, 10 in Zaporizhzhia, Dnipro, Lviv, and Chernihiv, starting from November to January. It was part of the work group of advocacy and also informal localization group. We presented the preliminary declaration that was published in June 2022, and now we want to present our joint declaration, joint statement, and I think it is quite a powerful voice saying specifically how localization can be promoted in Ukraine. Thank you. We thank all above 150 participants in this consultancy on the subnational level. And also very important to stress here that during the discussions, during the sessions, we've accounted for the results of analytical studies in terms of localization initiated by DEC committee in Great Britain and was conducted in September till December. So recommendation number 1, as part of these recommendations, I would like to announce this. Howard will be covering part of it. So the first is that the donors and UN agencies and international NGOs have to introduce clear indicators to provide accountable and equal partnership in facilitating leadership in humanitarian aid. So it means that all the plans, funds, foundations, programs have to outline and define specific goals, waypoints, and deliverables for development of local leadership, local expertise, which means that it's worth to avoid some too general mottos and declarations, but really capitalize on the role of local actors. And so the donors who signed a grant margin with recommendations to take commitment and localization and intermediary agencies now have to deliver that in reality and facilitate that international agencies and intermediaries who work with them can also facilitate localization. So the next iteration of humanitarian response have to include the goals for local leadership and equal partnership in the localization. The next recommendation includes access to direct flexible long-term localization in Ukraine. And we recommend Ukrainian Humanitarian Fund to get back to the goal of 50% native localization that we had in 2021. We recommend the programs to be flexible and be written for many years so that they are sustainable, so that the organization and their institutional capacity to deliver humanitarian aid could then proceed to more complex development programs and would be supported by flexible and direct and sustainable funding, which means funding not for 1 or several years, but for many. Next is transparent approach to overhead expenses of local organizations. It's very important because of the overhead cost, because of the administrative cost of organizations the civil society in Ukraine can actually afford to grow. They can afford technical equipment, they can afford organizational development, and therefore the donors have to account for that. They have to understand what overhead costs were, so that the overhead costs were distributed and shared fairly, so that the end beneficiaries of humanitarian aid can actually have access to funding of their overhead costs, so that they can really afford to develop and grow their organization, so that the assistance is not just a short-term action where we just distribute some funds and that's it. After that, the organization cannot afford existing the way it is and provide humanitarian aid the way it does. So the fourth recommendation is about harmonization and simplification of the procedures of due diligence, reporting, etc. Due diligence procedures take a lot of time, and often they just cut off many local regional organizations from the help because they just cannot do due diligence or afford due diligence in the necessary time scale, whereas international organizations can, and therefore they fail to capitalize on local expertise and local partners. So we recommend to take multi-layered but proportional measures of due diligence and difference of requirements depending on the size of grant, depending on the size of organization. Also, the possibility of passportization of due diligence. When the organization has gone through due diligence once, they get a certain passport. And then the UN agencies, consortiums, international organizations can use this passport between themselves without referring every time and again to organization that issued it. So the templates, the founding documents should be made available in Ukrainian language and other. So that's my part of the presentation. I would like to pass the floor to Howard, who also has 5 important recommendations.
Good morning, everyone. Howard Mollett with CAFOD. So quickly moving to the next slide, please. So the next recommendation is on calling for locally led pooled funds and consortia. So essentially there's a reference in the statement to the fact that we need a diverse ecosystem of pooled funds, and it is a challenge that the donors and the UN and basically much of the international community, they just say UN country-based pooled funds, tick box. That's how we support local actors. And as I'm sure we'll hear today, there has been really good and interesting efforts under the UN pooled fund to address some, but not all of the issues around supporting local actors. But there are the certain constraints in terms of the timelines of the funding, the focus on emergency response. And so there's a sort of a need for other pooled funds and consortia that's, for example, invest over a multi-year basis in institutional capacity strengthening for those local organizations that want to develop and grow, and supporting networks, supporting different aspects of program quality, such as anti-corruption or other measures that go beyond what the UN country-based pooled fund will support. And we've seen in other countries where there is protracted crisis and conflict, where there are other pooled funds or consortia that do seriously invest in local civil society, like in Myanmar, for example, there was the LIFT Fund or certain NGO consortia that were deliberate about doing this. Then those organizations first grew through those other funds, and then as they grew in their ability to meet certain requirements and emergency response, then they could go on to access the UN country-based pooled fund. But where you've just got a UN country-based pooled fund and nothing else really, or not enough else, then that is a problem. Also, an important principle in a number of contexts, there's been NGO consortia or pooled funds where the local actors aren't just grantees, but they're actually involved in the governance of it and in decision making and in leading it. And Ukraine, just as in other contexts, doesn't need forever and eternity international agencies to be managing these mechanisms. So if we move on to the next slide, please. Volunteers. Across the 5 workshops, we had a really lively and very helpful engagement with networks of volunteers. A couple of points coming out of that. One is the question of insurance. So currently under Ukrainian policy, as I'm given to understand, there's a sort of a one-off payment, basically, if a volunteer is injured or there's a loss of life in the course of voluntary work. And so there's questions around, well, is that enough if someone has a long-term recovery or their family have to then cope? What else could be provided? But also, how can donors and international agencies, are they really within the parameters of what's allowed? Are they resourcing the training and the expenses? Obviously, voluntary action by its nature is voluntary, so that's different from being in a paid role, but there are things that is permitted to be supported, and we heard how there's not yet a consistent approach to that by international agencies. Next slide, please. Coordination. So a number of points here. One around the HCT, which is the highest level of coordinated humanitarian country team. At the moment, we understand there's 2 national NGO representatives amongst sort of 19 members of the HCT. So we're calling for an increase, and some were saying, shouldn't it be half or majority Ukrainian? I think there's a discussion point, but like how to go beyond 2. One of the second point there is calling for one example of how to expand participation by national civil society. In some countries, the HCTs have established things like women advisory groups, WAGs. And so this for example, for the cross-border aid into Syria, there's a women advisory group with 5 women where there's a process whereby they're sort of nominated and selected, representing their women working in national civil society, linked to networks of women across national and local civil society. They don't have a formal seat in the HCT, but they're allowed to table an agenda item. I believe it's on a monthly basis, and having that sustained, systematic, regularized engagement helps to push the gender and the women and girls and women's rights organizations agenda there. So why not that in Ukraine as well? Donor coordination groups. We understand there may be at least 3 for Ukraine: humanitarian, development, something else, don't know. Could there be a quarterly meeting where they would agree to have representatives from national, local civil society present their priorities and their feedback on the quality of support from INGOs and UN agencies? So donors hear directly from civil society rather than mediated through international agencies. And for the Ukraine Recovery Conference, could we take that as an example of what would be a meaningful process so that it doesn't just become which is the 1 or 2 civil societies that speak on the panel on the day, but also engagement in the run-up and also with donors and UN and INGOs. And then subnational level, so important, and how to build on and center Ukrainian government leadership and coordination, both building on the good practices that exist, but we know there have been some challenges at the local level with local authorities in terms of respect for needs-based and independent humanitarian work. So how to address that. Next slide and last slide. 2 last points. One, we've seen some really terrible practices in Ukraine of international agencies poaching the staff of local organizations when they're even right in the midst of initial emergency response in Irpin and other places, when they're literally helping traumatized people when the Russian forces were pushed out of areas around the capital. International agency trying to recruit the staff of local organizations. This is just atrocious behavior in those organizations, should really be called out on it. Of course, we don't want to, you can't regulate individuals seeking employment in different organizations, but there are guidelines. They've been tabled at the HCT. The NGO platform that's in development is also considering them. So how can UN agencies, donors, and INGOs have accountability for this and maybe take it to the sector level within the different clusters? And lastly, this concept of prime swapping. And we're sort of proposing the recommendations that this is central to the understanding of capacity strengthening and to localization in general. I've been a bit provocative with the last point there, saying having big international NGOs or UN agencies eternally lead every NGO consortium isn't actually in the Red Cross Code of Conduct. It's not a humanitarian principle. In fact, it's probably quite contrary to them. And yet the way that donors and international agencies behave is very paternalistic and essentially about control of resources. So we know this is going to be a protracted crisis. Any INGO that has a consortium that is multi-year, the donor should be telling them how do you have co-leadership and how will you transition to this being led by the Ukrainian partners, and that you step back either just in a junior role or entirely step back and it's the Ukrainian civil society that lead. Thank you.
That sounds perfect, but we have to work a lot with the donors. But we all, Eva Jelička with the findings of the preliminary findings of the research.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask for the presentation. And my name is Eva Jelička, and I'm the team leader of the ACAPS Ukraine Analysis Hub. And just waiting for the presentation. The main thing that I want you to know about ACAPS is that we do independent analysis for humanitarian decision makers at all levels. And our work is dedicated for better understanding of the contextual and humanitarian developments on the ground. In May 2022, we published our first report on the subject on localization called Bridging Humanitarian Response, where we try to map out how aid delivery and consortium systems work in the early days of the response. Following this report, there were numerous surveys, reports, meetings on the subject of localization that we all know has become one of the hottest subjects in the Ukraine humanitarian response. In January and February, we have reviewed this large body of work and designed a survey aimed at filling the main information gaps we found about language of localization, coordination, funding, partnerships, and implementation. We have interviewed, I don't think this works. Okay, we have interviewed 4 UN agencies, 14 INGOs, 3 representatives of coordination and funding mechanisms, 5 clusters and 10 Ukrainian NGOs and volunteer networks, and asked them some uncomfortable questions. And our main finding around the language of localization is that there is actually no common definition of what localization means among the different types of responders. You need to know that no 2 organizations surveyed gave us the same definition and understanding of what they think localization should look like in Ukraine and what it actually means. Most INGOs use the term localization as a synonym for partnerships, and for some of them, and increasingly so, it became just a meaningless buzzword. Half of the INGOs surveyed linked future localization attempts to giving more flexible funding to local organizations. Some coordination mechanisms and funding mechanisms associated it more with direct funding to local NGOs, with which Ukrainian NGOs not always agreed with, as in they didn't always put direct funding as their main priority. For Ukrainian NGOs, localization as a word is a concept that only makes sense in the context of international response, and they mostly understand it to mean directing resources to Hromada level, but are overall quite skeptical about it. When it comes to partnerships and implementations, this is a direct consequence of no common language on localization, is that the term partnerships is not used consistently across the response, and often instead of sustainable partnerships, Ukrainian responders are treated more like subcontractors implementing activities on behalf of an international agency. It is safe to assume that the humanitarian response in Ukraine would not exist without the Ukrainian organizations, whereas most of the international partners are still considering local NGOs as subcontractors rather than partners that are necessary to implement, especially in the East and South, doing last mile delivery, cash beneficiary registration, protection and legal aid activities, monitoring feedbacks, which would simply not exist without local partners. We know that the numbers of partnerships vary from 1 for certain organizations to 400 partners. And funnily enough, or maybe that's the wrong expression, but interestingly enough, the organization that said they have 400 partners also said that they do not give any direct funding to any of them, while they deliver all of their activities. For Ukrainian responders, the advantage of partnering with international NGOs is, of course, access to more funding and also in-kind assistance to distribute. But when it comes to funding, we need to understand that there is actually no understanding as well of how much money gets allocated to Ukrainian responders. What we know is that from $3.4 billion that was generated in the flash bill, 0.3% went directly to 10 national and local organizations. And we know that in 2022, UHF allocations, $192 million, 23%, so around $44 million, went directly to 18 national organizations. And those numbers, they can very much reflect the same funding, because the UHF is included in flash funding. We approached 5 UN agencies to ask them about how much money they give to Ukrainian responders directly. We received absolutely no specification from any of the agencies. There is no system that allows currently to track how much money is funded directly to Ukrainian partners from UN agencies, or there is lack of willingness to share this information. From more than 60 surveyed INGOs with overall millions of dollars in their budgets, admitted that 4 of them admitted that they share no more than 10%, and a further 4 admitted that they share not more than 20% of their total budget. So overall, 60 INGOs we've surveyed said that no more than 20% of the total budget goes to local partners. What is interesting to say that both in case of UN and INGOs, these local funding or budgets allocated to local organizations does not mean direct funding that includes overhead costs and direct support to the organizations. Predominantly, when we ask them about the modality of the funding, they say that most of it is in-kind assistance. So we know that in-kind assistance is the way of more recognizing the partners as subcontractors that are just there to deliver assistance on behalf of the international organization. And if I have time for one more point, it's going to be, if I can switch the presentation. On coordination mechanisms. So as was already mentioned, the humanitarian country team has 2 Ukrainian organizations out of 23 members. We know that all the international response mechanisms, coordination mechanisms, so HCT, area humanitarian coordination teams, informal INGO country directors group that is now transforming into the NGO platform in Ukraine, have more than 90% of international participants, and English language continues to dominate existing mechanisms because the agents and Ukrainian partners that have access to it are considered to already have good level of English, which by consequence excludes further partners. And one really important point is that many of the answers to the issue of localization were to were attempts to create subnational structures, so area humanitarian coordination on oblast level, subnational clusters, subnational other subnational coordination mechanisms that in turns create so many different meetings and so many different structures of coordination that national responders are not actually able to participate in all of them.
Right.
So our mechanisms to localize can also cause more harm to them than actually be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. We should have already Natalia Oksha from a cabinet of ministers of the government of Ukraine, which and she's responsible for communication information, but also for the unit dealing with the development of civil society and relations with civil society. So I don't know, Natalia, if you are online, if you hear us. Online, yeah. Natalia?
Yes, hello, I'm with you. I can hear you. But I'm not responsible for the information per se. I deal with the work of the competencies of our department is creation of conditions and facilitation of development and growth of civil society, and facilitating communication with institutions of civil society. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here on this workshop with you. Maybe I should start with probably the most important news for us. Finally, this week, the plan of actions was approved as part of the National Strategy of Facilitation of Growth of Civil Society. It was approved with some criticisms. It's being finalized now, and I think next week is going to be published, and everybody will be able to read it. As I would say, the chapter that can be of interest to participants to this panel discussion is one of the four directions, one of the four areas of engagement with civil society in social and economic development. In particular, if we look at it in more detail, it also deals with amending the law on humanitarian aid. We've been discussing even with people from the ministry, with people from the civil society, that most probably it will be the new revision of the law. Because taking into account the actual situation right now, the situation that started last year and showed us the other options of delivering humanitarian aid. So we face the need to make the law more modern, more contemporary. Because in the previous revisions, where this plan was started actually back in 2021, we didn't have that kind of objective as we have now. So back when the summer last year, we did a discussion to make our objectives more relevant, to update them. So then the humanitarian response had become, for the first time, one of the most central points of attention. Other than that, we were also talking about the necessity to create new approaches to providing social services. And in particular, one of the tasks that is foreseen is to create a unified approach so that service providers from state and non-governmental sector could also provide funding for the social services. On top of that, I should also say that a strong accent will be made on awareness raising, education, making intersectoral cooperation more relevant. because last year, as never before, has shown how important it is for the government to really cooperate with local self-governance, with businesses, with civil society organizations, different unions, and helping them spread the word. So we believe this has become the central point. Other than that, we're also dealing with action plan within the Open Government Partnership Initiative. And I hope some of you have already engaged in discussions we were conducting. And in particular, participants of these discussions, just maybe as most of the citizens in this country, support the idea of making the recovery of Ukraine as transparent as possible. And these issues included also transparency of delivery of humanitarian aid. So maybe, therefore, I will have maybe address to you, because we on the page of Initiative of Partnership of Open Government on Facebook, we published a Google form through which we collect these kind of proposals regarding the future action plan. So please, if you have some interesting proposals, some interesting ideas, you are very much welcome to join in. So I think most of you know much better than me what legislative changes were introduced last year, in particular humanitarian policy and humanitarian aid, what decisions were made, what tax incentives were introduced to provide volunteer help, humanitarian aid, etc. So to facilitate all that. So I think that it's very important that these deliverables, this progress should be discussed and included in not only in action plan, but also the time and the situation went ahead of us, as you see, and pushed us to work much faster. And the reality has again moved forward much faster than the legislators. So our main objective right now, I think, is to make these new opportunities stay after the war ends, so that we don't have a rollback. So that's a short update on what we are doing in particular. So if you have any particular questions to me, I will be happy to answer. Thank you. Over to you.
Natalia Ksha, and excuse me for not being exact with your position. And we have about 10 minutes for a few question and answers. So just raise your hand and go ahead. There will be another panel from 10, but these people won't be here, so use the chance.
Добрий день. Це запитання до останнього.
Hello, this is a question to our online participants from the ministry. Are there any plans for a state order or state guaranteed requirements for the social services from local non-governmental organizations? Is there?
Natalia, or for Dmitro? Natalia, did you hear the question about the?
Так, я чула.
Yes, I heard the question, but I'm not an expert full scale in social services. Our role is more communication. So I think the question should better placed for the Ministry of Social Policy. Since we're talking now about mostly reviewing the approaches, how social services are funded and delivered, and it's about harmonizing approaches so that the public sector or utilities don't have any preferences over government, non-governmental organizations and civil society, so that they can be equal. Their voice can equally be heard with public organizations and state actors.
Just, for a record, in Czech Republic, it took 20 years to get into the point where social services are funded by government, and still the non-profit sector is funded less than some of the kind of a long-term established institution. So, and with the speed in which Ukraine is moving now, you can be there very soon. Next question is over there, and then next first.
Пані Наталя, дякую дуже за вашу презентацію.
Natalia, thank you for the presentation. I'm Oksana Gorbunov. I present Resource Center of Civil Society Organization. My question is, you mentioned Google Forums where a proposal can be sent. Could you give us access to this form, and could you recommend how we could share our proposals? Thank you. Thank you for this question. I can send you a link to this Google form to the chat, and maybe those online will see that. And for the offline attendees, the organizers will then forward the link. Thank you. I'm Valisa Baida. I represent the National Assembly of People with Disabilities in Ukraine. I have a remark rather than a question, because I will be also participating on a discussion panel. I want to thank you for the survey that you translated and the document you've prepared. A lot of things that have been said is true. We are users of your assistance. Meaning more than 100 civil society organizations created by people with disabilities. And the fact that we are now subcontractors with this international aid that arriving in Ukraine is true, unfortunately. But often the questions that we raise, even if we work as a civil society organization, they are not taken into consideration at all. So please consider recommendations of the UN Committee on the Rights of People with Disabilities. We have a specific status. And unfortunately, from the start of the war, we've seen that not everybody is aware with which group of people, with what kind of users of humanitarian aid they're actually working. That's why in that document, I would also aid not only NGO, but DPO, disabled people organizations, because we have a very specific status. Like this year, for instance, maybe the audience doesn't know, but the state deprived us of institutional financial support. That means we don't have money to pay for offices, phones, trips, and etc. So I would very much plead to look into this. Thank you.
Just a comment and recommendation or question. I think it was well taken. And the last question, the gentleman in the middle.
Доброго дня.
Good morning. I'm Artur Araklian. I represent civil council at the city administration. And we also have a coordination committee of city councils at different districts of Kyiv. We are the agency that was created by cabinet ministers, as Madam Natalia just spoke from cabinet ministers. That's the agency who created us. As this war started, from the very first day, 90% of our funds in the organization created by the city councils have become volunteer-based organizations. That's how we keep working. So I have a proposal to Natalia. Let's meet with us our coordinational committee, so that our communication between the cabinet of ministers and such international organizations that we're meeting now would be more effective, more about the reality, and we would be heard. Our voice could be heard. Our challenges could be heard. We need a meeting. Thank you.
Дякую.
I think
Дякую за пропозиції.
Yes, thank you for this proposal. As for the meeting, I hope we will be able to discuss this. Last year, we met with civil councils at the ministry, the representatives. We talked about the issues that, in particular, these consultancy agencies are facing. And also based on the results of that meeting, we introduced changes and amendments to governmental decisions that regulates these civil councils, because basically the meetings, the organizational issues were difficult, too burdened, and we understand that civil councils should continue working. So that's why we suggested to postpone the review of their founding documents and everything after the war.
to conclude the first panel. Thank you very much for coming, all of you, and let me to thank you to the panelists, to Natalia Oksha, Eva Wieliczko, Dmytro Kondratenko, and Howard Smollett for presenting the outcomes of the research and first conclusions and suggestions how to improve the partnership between the national civil society and international NGOs and, of course, donors. Thank you very much and have a nice day. And don't leave, the coffee break will be only after next panel, so you have to wait another hour. Thank you.
Я думаю, що трошки пізніше, так? Яка зараз позиція? Я вибачаюсь, так, можна подивитися далі.
Раз, так, супер.
Right. So greetings, everybody. I'm Oksana Kinchuk. I represent the Resource Center of Non-Governmental Organizations, and I will be moderating this panel discussion. We have five people from different Ukrainian organizations that are dealing with humanitarian aid. And I want us to just quickly go, just basically 1 minute each with present yourselves so that we know who you are. And then we proceed to discussing recommendations or other issues that national organizations would like to raise and discuss. So please, who's ready to present yourself? Alexei. Right. Thank you and greetings, everybody. I'm the founder of charity organizations Angels of Rescue. From the start of the war, we're working in the east of Ukraine. Over this time, we have mostly we are helping to evacuate and humanitarian aid to the remaining populations. We have evacuated 33,083 persons. 208 tons of humanitarian aid have been distributed, medical aid, medical aid kits for about 3,000 people. And from the start of the war, we've been also delivering psychological rehabilitation and assistance to more than 5,000 children. At the moment, we have a team of 60 people. We have 3 volunteers who died. 2 are remaining in Severodonetsk, and 1 is under Yampil city. We have 25 buses. 1 bus is reinforced, 3 ambulance vehicles, and 18 small buses to distribute humanitarian aid locally. Thank you. Colleagues, on Valentin Burdan, I represent charity fund Wings of Hope and the project of medical psychological assistance to Lviv on Lviv railway. Our work is working with people arriving with evacuation trains, people with disabilities, and the elderly. Hello, I'm Anna Bondarenko, founder and head of the Ukrainian Volunteer Service. We are an organization that develops the culture of volunteer work. From February 24th. We support volunteers all over the country in helping both civilian and military. We cover about 100,000 people, volunteers working all over Ukraine. We have a network of people who are now volunteers in temporarily occupied cities of southern Ukraine, and the volunteers who work in the front, close to the front line. Hello, I'm Galina Kravets. I'm the head of the Women's Civil Society Organizations, Rebirth of the Nation organization. After tomorrow, we celebrate 25 years of organization, and we mostly deal with countering human trafficking, irregulated migration, gender-based violence. We're empowering empowering local populations, helping the IDPs, and activation of women's movement. We are in Ternopil, our hub. We have a free hotline to counter human trafficking, consulting the migrants. 527 is the hotline number. Hello, I'm Darina Rybalchenko. I'm the head of the management at the National Network of Development of Local Philanthropy. We're a network organization that includes 20 local funds and foundations, using the model of community foundations. We mostly work with local initiatives, and we support local initiatives that go from the people from grassroots in the communities where we work. Thank you. As you understand, we have a big variety of organizations in this panel discussions. There are long-standing organizations, and there are relatively fresh, but already very competent ones. So I think you will be very excited to hear the view on localizations from the first hands, and maybe feedback on the recommendations we've heard. See some cases, some positive, some not so positive. Like, what's the experience in localization of partnerships and other ways of cooperation? I would suggest Helena would start this discussion. Thank you. I would like to start by telling, in my short intervention, about partnership. Because thanks to the partnership, we, from February 24th, I remember first morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, we started working. We haven't stopped ever since. So in about a week or two after the large-scale invasion started, one of our long-standing partners, a donor international organization, has raised a coalition, collected this coalition, and conducted a training on the principles of delivery of humanitarian aid. And we were discussing different options of how events could develop if the Russian Federation attacks. Back then, we were thinking about the if. So it was for us, we couldn't even believe in anything like that would become possible. It would be like a training for us. But then we came down to back to our organizations, and we did the same training, and we actually compiled plan A, plan B in terms of, in case of occupation, plan B if we have the IDPs from other occupied areas, and we were very committed. We've allocated responsible people, and that's why on February 24th, 8 o'clock in the morning, we were on the job because our national hotline had to start working. And we had already experienced from 2014, we realized that there will be a high need. Our hotline was really called the lifeline because not all the governmental hotlines could really be reached. So they called us, and people start asking, please don't abandon, please don't go away. So it was a time of a huge emotional feeling in terms of partnerships, in terms of networking. We were networking on different levels with civil society organizations, with women's rights, women's rights organizations for women who stayed in Ukraine, with the donors. We first addressed our long-standing partners with this new kind of information. We received immediately a lot of support, a lot of assistance. We were asked questions, what do you need? And we started working with our beneficiaries from day one. We were constantly doing the needs assessment. We knew all the needs. We communicated them to our donors and were securing funding immediately. So it was a period of such a high trust of our partners to the civil society organization that gave us so much motivation. We created spaces for children so that the IDP women, IDP mothers could really find some help while the children are taken care of by social workers, so that they could go through some new training, find some new jobs, find some new skills. So we created 6 such spaces in our region, and they're still working. So we have advocated localization of the National Action Plan 1325 in 5 pilot communities. It was a very successful project. It was a project where a donor has always listened to us. And when they asked us, what are the needs that you have? It was always a two-way street. Why I'm saying it was like that? Because it's been a year, and we should now really talk about bureaucratization of how donor organizations start building these bureaucracy walls between them and the donor and the civil society organization. So they start to over-bureaucratize everything. Analytical tables that we should provide, the certificates that overlap and duplicate over and over again. That takes a lot of our resources. And civil society organizations don't have a staff analyst always on the place, or staff lawyer. Our organization, even if it's a long-standing organization, and it's relatively large if we compare to other civil society, but we still are not such overstaffed. We're smiling when the donor says suddenly, okay, have a great weekend. We don't have a weekend. We don't have a weekend. So, because we have a lot of work to do, other than our main work, we have to produce analytical products for them. And we want to share successful experience of working with donors as well, in terms of strengthening our institutional capacity, because new challenges emerge, like knowing English, being fluent in English, having different development strategy in place. Like, thanks to one of the donors, we have improved our communication strategy. We have now a communication employee. Finally, after 25 years of being present, we have a website, and that inspires us. That helps us a lot. But I understand that we spend a lot of time on creating new civil society organizations for women in particular, so that the voice of women is really heard. And we understand what they face. They need training, they need capacity, they need skills. Even the newly created organizations need to improve their institutional capacity. And it's not all the donors that help with this kind of activity. We were lucky because we had external assessment. We know our strong points and weak points, and the donors can help us become stronger, but not all organizations have these options like us. Just a couple of more words. I wanted to also talk about the importance of a timely training, because back in 2014, when we started helping the IDPs, we were so burnt out. And when we met other organizations and when we saw people who dropped some 10 kilos, you know, we realized, oh, this is a person who works with the IDPs. They even fainted sometimes. After 6 months, we had the training in assisting people in emergency situations. It was so necessary in the beginning, but better late than never. And we are now knowledgeable. We know how to avoid burnout. And to wrap up, I want to urge all the donor organizations to please make a simpler reporting and all these bureaucratic tools. Please listen to civil society organization and their voice and what they're saying from the grassroots. They know the needs of their beneficiaries. And you know, when the strong civil society organizations and strong grassroots, that means the strong democracy. You know what when I realized that? When some 10 years ago, we had to do a training how to build a coalition in one of the post-Soviet totalitarian states. And the Ministry of Internal of that state has banned this training. That was a signal. I know. Thank you. So I see Valentin wants to follow up and share some of the experience.
Так, дякую, пані Галина. Дякую за вступне слово.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time to discuss all that. From the start of the war, we all faced the unexpected crisis situation when we started doing anything we could, wherever we could. The decisions were made quickly. The donors were mostly locally with you. They are available, they were coming to you directly, asking questions, how can we help? They did not ask questions on analysis yet, oh, what you've been doing. They're just asking, what do you need now? From that time, a year has passed. And now we're moving away from this direct communication, the donor, service provider, beneficiary. So now complexities and difficulties emerge in understanding between them. There's a difficulty from our side understanding the volume of those reporting tools, how we should do that, how can we do that. From the point of view of our foundation, as a proposal, as a logical thing to do would be to simplify these tools. The reporting system should be simplified and brought to a format that would correlate the amount of the reporting to the size of the organization or size of grant, or we should introduce a person from the donor who would explain how this should be filled out so that they can see directly the challenges of the organization they work with. They see directly people they support so that they can respond to this, not be behind a glass wall. Thank you. So I think it was a great start by expanding each other's answers. So 3 things that I would like to say. I would like to say and reflect, and we've seen the document, and focus on 3 things: institutional capacity of civil society organizations, taking care on safety of volunteers working in the fields locally, and remember, democratization of processes. So some of the things that are important. First of all, for us as a Ukrainian volunteer service, we are the organization, the civil society organization that basically supports volunteers all over the country. And our target audience are the people who joined the volunteer movement since February 24th or later, those who don't have professional background in civil society sector. Those people who were most probably before the war were not civil society activists. Or even now, most of them don't count themselves as activists. They say, we're just volunteers now. We're helping the military. We're helping to evacuate people. We work with children, etc. And that environment of volunteers is very interesting for us. It's interesting for three reasons. First is what we see. We see that the number of people that are engaged in local response on Gromadas, Kyiv, not in Kyiv, Odessa, or Dnipro, but there are hundreds of volunteers who are providing this help. Although their numbers have decreased because part of them moved abroad, part just were tired and refused from going to volunteer work, still the number is very high. And these people are working in the fields. They're doing a great deal of work, having no competencies sometimes, often. They're just taking things, bringing that those things under shelling, giving out to whom they can, whom they see. And they're doing this independently, alone, or small volunteer groups, micro groups, micro charity funds. So it's great that if they register that charity fund, then they are now in the register of volunteers. But most frequently, it's just local work, grassroots. So on one hand, we as a Ukrainian volunteer service, we believe it's a strong point. That's something that gives us real resilience. You know, we don't rely on the central government all the time. We have this creative chaos. We know that they are too rigid. We're just taking things and doing. So now, being in a war for a year, we see that there are some problems in it. One of them is the problems of confidence and safety of volunteers. For me, it was special that even in the presentation round, one of the colleagues said, well, we have 3 of our volunteers died. In our team, there are volunteers who are now captive in Russians. No guarantees that we will be able to extract them. We have volunteers who unfortunately also died. And it's a very important thing because this care about volunteers, about their competences, about their being conscious about the processes, it falls out of the system. So we have a lot of training about monitoring and evaluation, battling sexual harassment, all these super important topics. Yeah, but at the same time, practical safety, working in the fields, they often fall out. And people who are doing the job, they have no access to this knowledge, and they are basically on the front line of volunteer movement. And it's a very important thing. As a Ukrainian volunteer service, we started working with this last summer, but since we are a civil society organization, it's a drop in the ocean, or several drops in a huge ocean of needs. The second important thing that I would like to mention is institutional capacity of local partners. We've heard a lot about that on the previous panel discussion and the subsequent panel discussions as well. And I think it's one of the very important tools of this year, because we're entering most probably a very long war. So looking for additional tools of funding and supporting institutional capacity of local organizations. And it is basically for us, on one hand, it's about competencies, how to do our job. On the other hand, it's about building capacity of local organizations. From what we're seeing right now in the audience, we see a lot of brain drain. We see that people who can do their job, the so-called professional civil activists, they are either they go to the military, and a lot of them are serving. Our fundraising director is serving in the territorial defense. We had to somehow reorient, or part of them, especially those who have small children, they moved abroad and not returned yet. And part of those people went to work in regional offices of donor organizations, which is not bad, which is a great sign. But we understand that the honorariums, the social package, the work that the local donor offices are suggesting and offering, of course, there are not so many organizations that can compete with the conditions that donors can offer. So this brain drain in the frontline towns, cities, Kherson, Odessa, Mykolaiv, Zaporizhzhia, when people whom we would like to hire, because we need professional people, they will not go to us, not because they don't want, but because, so with all due respect, they say, I need to feed my children, my parents, and my dog, and the money that you're suggesting and the level of the worry and danger that it comes with it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna work here, but volunteer in my free time and whenever I have free time. And many people who face this problem in the regions, like Odessa that I'm coming from, we have a lot of offices of donor organizations, but unfortunately, the number of civil society organizations working in the region is very, very limited, and the capacity of those organizations is very, very limited. And we still have this conversation in the sectors that we need institutional support of organizations. But if we look at the funding that is offered, it's most often project funding, and there's a very small percentage that we can allocate for the training, for training or communication, advertisement, etc. And then we are surprised, why is it happening like that? That our civil society sectors has not so many organizations who we can partner with, not just subcontract. And we see some reasons for that. Okay, last thing, democratization of processes. It's one of the things where we keep thinking, starting from autumn, we see a lot, because with the war, many processes stopped being democratic in terms of interaction between civil society and the state, donors and civil society in between itself. And one of the important things this year, and because the war is going to last for some time, is a civil society organization is not always, for many organizations through the war, through very intensive war, it's no longer a priority to understand a certain group that you represent and their needs. And the solution can be here also training, talking about it, or organizational capacity and supporting strategic work of the organization. But the fact that civil society organizations represent the interests of their members and their target audience, and after that, donors and the state and international organizations, very important point that I would like to also mention. Thank you. We can continue with Alexei. Yeah, I can continue on the follow-up on what's been said, because we are all, in the same paradigm of decision-making, and we're in the same situation together. But I would like to support Helena regarding reporting, because, we are working on the front line, and our volunteers who bring humanitarian aid, they unload it, and there's a shelling going on. We pick up the people for evacuation and we move. We don't have time even physically to write the forms, the templates, because people are risking their lives. So they unload to some local volunteer in Bakhmut or elsewhere, some cargo, and then trusting them, they will distribute it among the locals. They move away. So we then get the reporting, the photos, but it's hard to then come up with actual documents. So we're looking for, sometimes people trust us. Here's the truck of food items, and then it's up to you. So regarding the funding of the teams, in our team, almost all of us who are working there are IDPs, those who moved from Donetsk, because we know the region, we know the locals, we know the roads, and almost all of the volunteers are locals. And we're now based in Dnipro and Slovyansk. Those who work in Dnipro, they need to rent housing. And since the start of the war, the rental cost is going up and up because there is huge demand. And people have to either go to work or somehow to survive. So we started asking from donors, give us some support for our organization. And just to, cover this issue of housing, of rental. So we ask our donors to have some 10 to 15% of grant for the development cost, to buy printers like stationery, paper, and then separately to help us support the team, the lawyer, for the salary of the lawyers, because, you know, people face this huge amount of work. And, you know, the lawyers can say, well, I'm ready to help, but I also need to feed my family as well. So we're looking for funds to cover the lawyers, drivers. In terms of transport, it's a completely different thing. All of our cars or vehicles are used vehicles who are constantly breaking down. So people can cover the fuel, but the spare parts is difficult. You cannot explain to the managers that, you know, we have an old car and it breaks down, but we have no other cars. And transport, we went to Bakhmut, we broke 2 wheels. Who's gonna buy those 2 wheels? We're looking for money to cover these wheels. Thank God, so far, we still can make it, but with each month it's becoming more and more difficult. So understanding the need of charity funds, other organizations, when we ask for, you know, not some kind of percentage, no, not the whole grant, but some percentage of grant which should be spent on the organization and support of volunteers. So that's first thing. Another thing is about increased grant-based programs in the cities. Some organizations are understandable, how we work in Donetsk and the front line, but if we work in Dnipro, let's say, locally, we work with the IDPs and people who moved out. You know, they say in Dnipro there's work, but you should see the lines that the IDPs should stand when the humanitarian aid distribution. Hundreds of people standing on the frost, in the cold, waiting for some package. And there are children in there. So if there will be additional grants for psychological rehabilitation of children and mothers, because the children who moved from Mariupol to see some concert, to get some sweets, it would be some relaxation. So from the terrors that they've lived through. So please make it more varied, these grant programs, so that we could do rehabilitation of people, rehabilitation of women. We evacuated women who were raped by Russian soldiers, a lot of them. And, you know, and people ask me to be cautious so that she doesn't escape. They're terrified. And yeah, we evacuated them to Dnipro. What's then happening to this young lady? What are they doing? They had some psychologists who work with them, but this psychologist also needs some kind of programs. They need some funding, some resources. So the international donors to please develop programs for rehabilitation programs for women and children who suffered through war. So I will add see varied funding programs. Of course, there's a huge need not only for psychological rehabilitation but reintegration in Gromadas. A lot of Gromadas in the west of Ukraine has taken just as many people that lived before, so doubled. 50% of the population in those communities are people who are IDPs. They need to adapt for living in New Gromada, and these events are often so. I haven't seen any grant competition on the project-based grant competition that would support such activity. So let me start by thanking everybody who's here and the assistance that is arriving to Ukraine to support humanitarian, human society sector, civil society sector, humanitarian. We have a lot to do to strengthen to achieve our shared goal and improving the quality of life as we can in Ukraine today. So our network organization, as I said, And that resonates a lot with what we've heard in the document. We have the support association and the network. I can tell you from my own experience, it works very well. We took from the funds a part of their administrative work to find partners, to find donor partners. We took part of the work to go through checks and all those due diligence, reporting, etc. We took upon ourselves the part of the communication work, and that simplifies the work of our local actors. They can now do much more in working with local initiatives. Before the war, our funds, 70% were working with local resources, with the funding that was going from local population, from the businesses. So we were working using local resources for the local initiatives. When the war started, new needs arise, new funding was necessary for humanitarian aid. And there's Gromada started requesting that, and we started working that. And we faced the same as our colleagues just mentioned. A very small percentage of money for administrative costs, bureaucracy, distrust of international organizations toward us, towards what we do, to local actors, and also unreadiness of international organizations to work with local actors, to talk to them and to ask them what is the current need in the Gromada that you work with. So our funds, we have been working for 20 years. And maybe some of our participants were part of coordination group with the international organizations, but there are no such invitations. Nobody says, let's discuss what you're doing, what we can do, so that we can coordinate together. Yeah, in summer, we wrote an open letter to all the international donors. And the letter was called If Now, Then When. When we described our vision of localization, and basically that resonates a lot with what my colleagues have mentioned, with what we've stated before. But I would like to stress on a very important thing, and it's about neutrality of assistance. And it's assisting both the military, Ukrainian military, and people who live in occupied territories. Very little organizations work with people on occupied territories. Our local funds, the Kherson Gromada Fund, all this time have been working with the people who are in occupied territories. Currently, a lot of people, due to various reasons, cannot evacuate. They have disability, and they cannot just take it away. They have no money, or they have to take care of someone because they have some disability and they cannot move. The price of living on occupied territory is several times higher now. If a person wants to leave the occupied Kherson, it was about $900 to move a 4-member family out of there. Considering the average salary in Ukraine, it's quite high a price. How can we help? I know that right now there is no access to humanitarian aid in occupied territory, but we can help through cash programs. Currently, our Kherson Foundation has supported 600 families. We have the system of verification, of checking the requests and helping with the cash programs so that the families could have some dignity in these occupied territories. And second thing, helping the army. We work with the initiative groups, and we receive the requests from these initiative groups for funding, for trainings. So these requests are not for ammunition, for armaments. It's for helping with foodstuffs, with clothing, with healthcare. What kind of requests? Please help us to have sewing machines for thermal clothing, or dryers for quick ratios for the army, food ratios. So helping with the most important things. So I can give you some statistics of one of our foundation from three city is a foundation, community foundation, Ridnya. They provided 350 mini grants, 2 organizations of up to 10 people of a team. They issued 350 mini grants from 3 to 5 to 50,000 hryvnias. 60% of these initiatives were covering the army, supporting the army, 40% integration and helping the IDPs. I have other arguments why we need to help the army. When our military are deoccupying certain territories, they are the first who face our civilians who stayed there in these territories. They are the first who provide medical assistance, sometimes medical humanitarian aid. And helping the military with the medical help, we are rescuing not only the military, but the people who they liberate from Russian occupation. So what is the neutrality principle and why it was there in the beginning? It was to protect humanitarian actors from the captivity, from shelling, from the military part. But what do we see now? How many humanitarian warehouses were destroyed? There were cases that are not covered in the media, but there were cases where volunteers get into captivity, get taken hostage. The prisoners, sometimes humanitarian aid convoys are shelled. There's no access on occupied territory. So neutrality principle doesn't work nowadays the way it was designed initially. I understand that helping the military is the task of military institutions, but military institutions, they don't do that kind of work. They don't seem to be helping with the hygienics for women. It's a huge problem. Helping with healthcare, because there's never enough healthcare and there's never enough medication. Helping with vegetarian foods. So these are demands that the civil society is working with, and the input of international organizations, the donor communities in this kind of assessments that can provide dignity for 700,000 people who are now defending the actual right for existence for 42 million people in Ukraine. Thank you. I also said that we have an organization who wanted to join in this discussion, or you wanted to comment on this.
So I think it's more that a question. My name is Joel. I come from a Danish organization called Animal Rescue Ukraine. Our name is a little bit misleading because we both help animals and people. It's around 50-50, but we focus on the animals. And since the beginning of the war, we have seen that it's a big problem that the people taking the decisions are sitting in a fancy office in Brussels. They've never been to Ukraine, and they don't understand the current needs of the people in Ukraine, and especially they don't understand the situation around the front lines, where everything is very tricky, let's say tricky. I think that there's a big need of education in both ends, both for the donors and for the INGOs and also for the local volunteers, because the local volunteers often speak a language that the donors and the INGOs don't understand, and vice versa. Also, it's a big problem, especially when you are in a stressful situation, that you need some sort of advice how to expand your operations, how to register an organization, how to seek funding. And again, I think it's a lack of education. So my question is, how can we establish some sort of educational organ that can teach both the donors that it's not possible to fill out an online form when you're standing on a battlefield, but also can teach the volunteers how to speak a language that the donors and the INGOs understand, and how to, for example, register an organization. How can we solve that problem?
Okay, is it a question for our panelists, or is it like more of a rhetorical question?
I am not sure. I am not sure who should answer that question. Maybe someone can.
Да, можливо, хочуть відповісти, так? Будь ласка.
Yeah, we discussed this kind of issue with the founders of our fund, and it would be great if some international organizations would add to other organizations also, or other organization, some kind of a company, some manager for international organization who would be work exclusively with us, who would do this educational work, would explain what has to be done, how these documents should be written, so we can communicate our proposals and needs also through them, through one manager and one contact point. Because sometimes there are several managers and their functions conflict each other. The one doesn't know what the other said. So we need some kind of managerial support for organizations locally. Yeah, I would like to add that I agree that, some kind of internship from donors to local organizations, that's very important. But also there's an issue, start doing these trainings in Ukrainian and in Ukraine, because several times I was invited for this kind of training to Poland in English, and they say, okay, invite your network participants. Well, first of all, part of the people are men who manage organization. They cannot just move ahead to another country. They're not everybody is fluent in English enough. So we're ready to learn. We're ready to participate in awareness raising. We know that it's important. We're very open to that. We're open to mutual learning. We have things to teach them in turn, how to work here and now in Ukraine with the people who we have to work with. But, you have to be realistic. We have to translate the documents, and you have to. Okay, we moved into questions. I'm Julius Parish. I'm the founder of non-governmental organization Divchata. So, Alexei, you were evacuating women who were raped. We also deal with we also evacuated children that suffer from sexual violence. I want to offer you cooperation where you can refer such cases to us. We have psychologists who work with this kind of trauma, and we work a lot on sex education and prevention of gender-based violence. And additionally, for everybody, if you have the need for your personnel, what is gender-based violence, how you counter that, we can do that. And we can teach teams who work in the front line, if they enter the village, you see the affected population, how to talk and how not to talk. The small, short trainings, tips and trips, how it works, and what to never to say, what to be avoided, what to be done. So as for the question, how to teach people abroad, in Brussels, how we live here, just bring them over here. We work with a lot of partners internationally. We never meet in fancy offices. We work in location. Come over to Borodyanka, come over to Tomashka, come over to Perechin, and see for yourself who we work and who we work for. Right? Hello, I'm Marina. I'm from Odessa. I'm the founder of the organization Sandbox Odessa. In terms of training of medical health for volunteers, I myself travel a lot to the front line. I see how people talk. I see how volunteers talk. So we would need medical assistance to drivers, because drivers suffer a lot. and it would be reasonable to do. Medical support for drivers. Would you like to comment how you think? Now, our recent volunteer who died, it was a local volunteer who lived in the city and was driving a humanitarian. He was wounded next to Yampol. His car was shelled with a fragment, and his abdomen was damaged. The medical assistance was not assisted, and he died on the road to the hospital. So that's a very important thing, but it's very difficult to, all the volunteers are working 24/7. It's hard to take them away from there. There are sometimes even people staying there in a hospital, like in Odessa, next to Kherson, Mykolaiv. If we had assistants, like doctors, at least to help them teach volunteers. I talk to them a lot, at least a doctor over there locally, local medical consultant. Yeah, we were dealing with this. We were training some paramedics. We have some training courses. It's very important, of course. You can never have too much learning. So we will be very thankful to cooperate, because regarding that girl who was evacuated from Svetogorsk, that was the prosecution office to prepare all the necessary materials for the case files, so they can later be filed to international institutions. And when we transported that lady, I don't know what happened next to her. We gave her to the prosecution office, and that's it. Yeah, we're part of the work group of the prosecution office who work with the psychological assistance. But let me tell you, this people don't want to report on that. We're teaching the prosecution office how to talk with the affected population, but additionally, we have a lot of shelters all over Ukraine, about 50 of them. We have partners. We have a lot of options. And in children rehabilitation, we have speech therapists, we have neuropsychologists, we work with the children who were in occupation. We can talk during the coffee break. Another thing about the safety of volunteers and activists, just a recent case. We receive a lot of letters from international institutions, and there's a training for prime help, so first aid help, and in a hotel in Kyiv. So delegate your team. I delegate 5 people, and they say it's only for INGOs. And I say, okay, which is very good. The INGO and UN agencies have gone through this training. They have a lot of experience. But we work on the front line. I'll see in the east, in Odessa, in Kherson, and they're fighting between each other for reintegration. We do integration activities, but it's not called like that. But we're not invited to these fancy trainings. Why? The money is only for INGOs. Who are you? Working in the front line, that's your problem. We cut your overhead and we give you a 3-month project, not a year project, and all those things. You see, I'm a very aggressive activist, because we see the budgets that go to security and safety and INGO, and we have nothing. We have one partner who's lobbying procurement of helmets. And we were asking for many of the physical trainings of primary first aid. Nobody funded that. But meal is there. Capacity building, we want you to do that. When we ask them for money to trans session, I talk and they say, why do you need strat session? Do projects that we are giving you. And you then complain against cluster system. We want to engage beneficiaries in the cluster to shape humanitarian support. We do studies what dignity kids, our children and teenagers says. We present representative results, and they say no, cluster system doesn't allow us that. I'm sorry, we cannot take implementation results of your work. Why are we then there? Why do we talk about effective population policies? In theory, it's all great, but in practice, it doesn't work like that. Thank you, Yulia, for the comment. More? Hello, I'm Stanislav Troshin. I'm co-founder of Self-Static Organization Southern Development Strategy, relocated from Kherson to Odessa, then Kryvyi Rih to Kyiv. We are an organization that before 24th February were not engaging in humanitarian aid. We basically have seen Russian troops in Kherson, and that's after that we have been occupied city, and people who were busy doing other things have become activists, and we're working with humanitarian aid, working with our partners, with French acted, Swiss hacks, Danish aid corresponds to the organization co-founded by Sean Penn. I didn't want to speak today, but the panel discussion has touched a lot because we have 6 or several volunteers who were detained and now in the Russian captivity and continue to be there. So we would like to address every international donor. There are people who are ready to work in occupied communities in Kherson. Unfortunately, out of the 49 communities, only 17 have been deoccupied so far. We worked in occupation on both banks of Dnieper. Now that in left bank of Kherson and Dnipro and Zaporizhia, there are many people ready to risking life. There's a myth that Ukrainian money and banks are not working there. It is working. They are working. It's very dangerous. Of course, people have to understand that it's risky, but it's all possible. I want to support what we talk about, cash programs for occupied territories. It works very well. In Kherson, about 10,000 homesteads were supported through that. For many of them, it was critically important help, especially when the grocery stores and apothecaries didn't work in Kherson. Now the same situation in Oleshki, on Holy Pristan, Nova Kakhovka, Tavrichisk. Trade networks don't work. Apothecaries don't work. The occupants push the hospitals to Skadovsk and Kenishis. The only way to get food and medication is local farmers. We have arranged some communication on both banks of Dnieper, and farmers have a lot of stocks, and they could give the money to people, but they not give it because it would end their businesses. A lot of them who have ended their business because of their equipment has been stolen to Crimea and Krasnodar by Russians. The Russians steal things, and you know, the systemic donors who are looking into this, please work with organizations who have a lot of experience working with occupied territories. Please help the volunteers. The life of volunteer IDP is a very interesting thing. Unfortunately, you know, international INGOs have offer salaries that are lower than the average house rentals or apartment rental. So, in occupied and the occupied territories, we work everywhere. Thank you. I understand that there are comments from Ukrainian organizations. It would be great to also have international organizations having their questions. So please, first row.
So thank you for this really, really interesting discussion. My question is very simple. So we talked a lot about how the international responders are trying to build capacity, inviting you to trainings. My question is, how would you like to be approached for information sharing? You have most of the information that international responders do not have. What are the needs in the occupied territories? What is happening there? The protection concerns. And I imagine you have enough to do to be really tired with individual people calling you all the time and asking what is happening. So how would you like to be approached for information sharing? And this is a very selfish question, because I would really like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Анна, можливо.
Можу почати.
Yeah, I can start. My colleagues will add to this. So if we talk about us, then we clearly understand for ourselves that Ukrainian volunteer service, our strong point is now working in frontline gramadas and supporting volunteers who are in temporarily occupied zones. In this year, we outlined this as one of the key priorities for activities, something that is not enough in Ukraine, is not sufficiently done. Where we have deep protocols of security developed with support of developmental institutions who understand how to work in temporarily occupied zones. If we talk about tools and approaches, then for us, it's important to have communication. We're building a network of organizations who are working in occupied citizen towns, small organizations who have no direct access to donors, but they have access to us, and we are helping them to build this connection to donors. And I believe in support of local organizations or profile organizations, and particularly for our activity, we are outlining the key partners and helping the veterans in this sphere is Veteran Hub, people who understand the needs and respond to needs. If we talk about humanitarian support, there's a whole network of great high-quality organizations. And if we talk about our experience, it's about personal communication and connection, and building joint programs that we can work out together for small organizations. We have working experience of working with occupied zones where we are ready to scale it up. Thank you. Would anyone like to answer? What are the approaches that would be convenient for you to share information with donors so that you don't have to explain every time, explaining time and time again to every line manager or to every donor about the situation? Maybe you see, or you're thinking how a different approach can be developed for spreading information. Yeah, I think, first of all, associations do work. And if there is an association that represents when you don't need to collect a group from each local association, but collect it on the level of association. Secondly, there's not enough mechanism of interaction for donors and civil society organizations. I know that we will get talking about this today. I don't know if we have someone from Agree Foundation, but they are right now ordering the map of local security organizations where these needs will be represented. But these mechanisms have to be funded. And it's one of the points that local coordination mechanisms have to be funded. So it's not so much of a proposal, but please have understanding of international funds and opposition to all Ukrainian legislation. Because we faced problems where we won a grant, we delivered medication to occupied territories, no pharmacies working there, doctors not working there. And after that, when we wanted to continue this grant, the US-based office has blocked it because the medication we delivered in the US, they are only sold on recipe. In Ukraine, they don't need a recipe of distributing this medication. And we had a conflict. They don't understand how can we give this medication without recipe, without the right doctor's prescription. We say we don't break the law. There's no prescription needed. And they say, yes, you do. So that's what donors also have to understand. The Ukrainian legislation is different in terms of medication and pharmacies. They need to understand that. Okay, there was a question? No?
No, from Refugees International, and I'm sorry.
Daria raised a very important point about neutrality. National representatives that this is a problem for localizing humanitarian aid. I just want to ask if there's some other views. How do you view for your organization's work this idea of separating or only conducting humanitarian aid for civilians? Because many international actors see that civilian support, civilian aid is mixed with also military support, military aid. And I just wonder if we can hear some more opinions about this subject. How do you view this issue as organizations? Thank you.
Можливо, Дар'я почне, оскільки вже...
Maybe Darina will start because you raised this question. Yeah, I can continue what I said, that we cannot now distinguish between that and that, because part of our managers or leaders are now at war, are now fighting, are defending. We cannot just split our population and say, you're a volunteer today, we're helping you. Tomorrow you're the military, we'd stop helping you. We will lose that. We're the only country, like yesterday there was a day of unity, and we don't distinguish now. Yeah, this problem is that it's not our attitude to our volunteer. We have worked with, like since 2014, with 15 people in need. We know this organization, but we were not yet a charity organization back then. We were in construction business. And so PIN worked in occupied Donetsk, and it works now in the occupied Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. And if PIN would help Ukrainian armed forces back then the people in Donetsk, the people in need, by helping the local population, the local occupation government, as MGB or FSB, would tell them, why are you helping the military in Ukraine? And what's the use to having you here? So that would endanger this international civil organization that would be working for them, for the Russians. They consider those territories Russian territory, you know. Red Cross never help the military. Look, only the Red Cross have received permission to move humanitarian to occupied territories, and still their warehouses are shot from time to time. The experience from year 14-15 is not covered now, is not used now. Yeah, I agree with that. So talking about today's military conflict that started after large-scale warfare, it's changed a lot. A short comment on this. I can tell you something that I also have problem with on some personal level. I understand it as a leader organization, but with all respect to what's happening in Ukraine right now, I don't think we will be able to change the system of international humanitarian support and aid this year or any foreseeable time. To change the review, the neutrality principle, we understand that it's a lengthy process, and if we wanted to engage and really reassess it, it's a long-term story. We need solutions here and now. My personal position is, well, we as civil activists, we have to still maintain the neutrality principle, and that it's understandable. But at the same time, we talk about institutional capacity of local organizations. Nobody is preventing the capable of local organizations to take funding for humanitarian aid, but having your own organizational capacity to build a separate line of work helping the military. It's not an ideal solution. It's not a long-term solution, but in the context of here and now, we see a lot of local organizations. If they had a little more capacity, a little more skills, a little more people, they could, while not having funding for directly to military, still provide some help to the military. Now it's done, but it's done on the level of remainders. When we've done everything we had to report, then at 3 a.m. we're doing something we want to also do. So now I'd like to support Daria that in Ukraine we cannot distinguish, well, it really cannot 100% distinguish between helping the civilians and helping the military. We need to repeat that in occupation and on the front line, it's the same people. Right. Thank you.
Again, I wanted to follow up on one of the points the colleague, sorry, I didn't catch your name, right on the left there. Alexei, in his contribution initially was highlighting how his organization, I think others described, struggling with a lack of overhead cost support, and that there's just this short-term project funding like food or certain goods, but not your ability to repair broken vehicles or have legal or other capacity to keep your people safe and to work as well as you would like. And so on this, I wanted to ask, a point of information is that at the moment, this is an issue that has a lot of attention by the UN agencies and donors and international NGOs. And there is new guidance that's just been published on this in something that's this at the global level on humanitarian action that I ask, which should be translated into Ukrainian, and Ukrainian civil society should be able to take this to your international NGO, UN or donor partners and say, this is what you should be doing. Why is there this gap? But I wonder, like, one question is, do your international NGO or UN partners transparently share with you what you could be entitled to? Because we hear in many countries in conflict that they don't, the local organizations aren't aware of what they could be, what the donor would provide for them. So there's a sort of intermediary that basically keeps it all for themselves and the headquarters, and they don't, and this isn't discussed with the local organization. And so just, I'm curious, like, how much are the policies of what should be available to you made known to you? And, you know, maybe a suggestion, maybe like towards the National Reconstruction Conference or another moment, who are the 5 biggest INGOs getting the most funding to work in Ukraine? And just that they should publish what their overheads policy is and justify it. And that should be tabled with the donors in a meeting like this. And they explain, and hopefully that global momentum, but some transparency of what they're doing would help really shift that, because it's so important. I was meeting with partners in Lviv yesterday who shared the exact same problem. So, but I'm curious, like, are you aware, do donors and INGOs and UN agencies transparently communicate to you what you could be entitled to or not?
Тож перше питання взагалі, чи ви знаєте про це, чи
So first, do you know or not? Are you aware? I know that Anna and Darina can comment on the overhead costs. Yeah, our experience is very positive in that regard, and it's very positive because we have worked before 24th of February for many years, and we've had this space of time to build relations with our donors, unlike many other organizations who have just started, like last year. And our experience is positive. We really can be open about our needs. We feel that the partners who we work with constantly, they are very open to these discussions. And on the personal level, not in documents, but personally, we know that we are aware what we are eligible for and how to put it on paper. So that is achieved through our partners, the people who work with our international organizations, but whose staff members are Ukrainians. And we can afford to be open how it really works, not just on paper, but real needs. So our experience is positive. I know that not all organizations are as positive as that, but ours, we're still lucky. Maybe somebody can share not so positive experience. Well, I can share that in the beginning, we had some not so positive experience. And in the beginning, we faced that we were told, yeah, no, you are not within our norms. No, we cannot have a small refurbishment in the dormitories with this grant because that is against our norms and regulations. But in general, well, first of all, we are not working with UN agency. Maybe it's a principal vision or not, but I worked once and that was enough to have this traumatic experience. I'm sorry for this criticism, but I'm just frank with you. We started working with philanthropy organizations, with private funds who are more loyal, more open to cooperation, and are discussing and ready to talk openly what we're eligible for, what we're not eligible for. And they are also very open to start giving money for development, for growth, for overhead, but not only philanthropy organizations. We've started working with Shelter Blocks, which is also a humanitarian organization. And it was also quite a successful case of how by discussions, by discussing, by talking, if we have an understanding, if the international organization really understands the reality of Ukraine, they can simplify the procedures, they can simplify the monitoring, and we were allowed to put some of the funding for overhead for the development. So there are successful cases, and it's about communication. It's about, inviting them to talk, inviting their representatives to Ukraine and show them how it really works. This is how we distribute, and this is how we work. I just would add one thing. One interesting thing we've learned for ourselves just last year, it's about influence. It's about influencing international organizations, and that's something we discovered in the process as we were tentatively making our steps and understanding how it works. For us, because we work as a national organization. In the world, volunteer service, often it's something that funded 100% or 50% from the state. In Ukraine, it's a civil society sector. So one of the interesting things we see right now is that the state, by shaping the order to international donors or packaging some needs and priorities, in some cases, they can really articulate well the needs of civil society. On some ministries, they go the other way. They only talk about what the state needs. The civil society don't bother about it. So it's very interesting this year, everybody who's working locally through different tools of participation to look for this access to the state, the dialogue with the state. We have great experience of working with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, where the ministry, by talking to donors and international organizations, articulate our needs in the regions, trusting on our expertise, knowing that their expertise might be not so deep in understanding what's happening locally. But unfortunately, it's just far in between. It's more like an exception from the rule rather than the overall practice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very sorry. We are running out of time in this panel discussion. We want to let the audience have a little tea or coffee. But those who have questions, please approach our representatives of this panel discussion. Talk to them directly. So thank you. Sorry for cutting you short. And other partner representations, please know your counterparts, talk personally. You understand how important interpersonal communication is. It's in a lot of cases, it's a great thing.
Take that one and I'll turn this one. Okay, thanks.
Добрий день.
Hello and good morning. Greetings, everybody, on the next panel discussion. I think we'll have much more time for discussion for this. This will be dedicated to how localization is perceived by international partners. We've talked previous couple of hours regarding what localization is in terms of Ukrainian organizations, Ukrainian volunteer movements. Now, we will hear the voice of international partners who have launched this entire localization effort. I don't particularly like the word localization because it's very abstract. It's very superficial. I would rather call it local leadership. And it's not only in humanitarian part of the assistance, but as we've mentioned on the previous session, this includes integration. This includes partnerships with the state. So it's a big chunk of work. But as we mentioned already, the very term itself, localization, it dates way back when to the Great Bargain, as we called it, where the big UN organizations agreed on how they would work locally. So on this panel discussion, I would like to present to you the three keynote speakers. Marco Rotelli, Marco represents OCHA, which is a UN structure responsible for coordination of humanitarian crisis response. Anna Medvedeva, who represents the organization we know already, which is People in Need, and it was mentioned before. And Diana Long, who represents USAID. I don't think USAID needs any introduction. It's the assistance from the American people to those people in need. I'm Alexander Galkin. I represent the organization The Right for Protection. It's a Ukrainian-based organization. And also with us today, Hayden Lung, from organization Refugees International, and Hardin is vice president of that organization. Just a couple of words, why I was invited here from the organization Right for Protection, because from my organization, we are a strange animal, as we would say. On one hand, we are a Ukrainian-based organization. This February, we celebrated 10 years of us being present in Ukraine. But on the other hand, we are a successful project in local leadership or localization, as we would say. So 10 years ago, we were localized. It's not me who should judge whether successful or not, but it's happened. We started back then as a US organization back in 2001, 2002, and then fast forward to 2013, we decided to reformat ourselves, and that's how it happened. I think it's time to now give floor to our esteemed guests, and then we will throw some questions at them. Hardin, you are the first.
Just by way of introduction, my organization, Refugees International, is based in Washington, D.C. We focus primarily on advocacy and policy change. And from the very start of the conflict, localization has been the #1 thing that we're focusing on here in Ukraine. And it really sort of emerged out of a series of meetings we had very early on with Ukrainian frontline responders, the sort of whole of society effort that we saw across the country rise up and really manage the humanitarian response almost by themselves for the first couple of months of this effort. And for us, it was just sort of deeply inspirational in trying to figure out how do we work the intersection of the international aid effort and response to really support what had proved to be one of the most effective humanitarian responses I had ever seen. So that's a lot of why we're here, and part of what we've been doing with my colleague, Nicholas No, and thank you very much for helping to organize all this, Nicholas, is a series of consultations around the country with your organizations, right? To really get a sense of what your priorities are. And those are laid out in that initial statement and the series of recommendations that we heard at the very beginning. I'd also really like to say, like those recommendations, I think, give a lot of good concrete issues to talk about and discuss. I think the last panel was incredibly powerful in highlighting and targeting very specific issues that are like what's happening on the front line or in the emergency operation and frontline responders. What are the issues that they're grappling with, even separate and apart from what's in some of those recommendations? And I think what we're going to try to do today is to bend the conversation of how donors, how the United Nations, how international NGOs and the work that they're doing around localization can meet these touch points, right, that we heard in the beginning of these last two sessions. So with that, Diana, if I could turn to you first, you know, as the sort of person leading the DART for USAID, you have a tremendous amount of responsibility on your shoulders. And this is happening, your response is happening under like the mandate from Samantha Power, USAID administrator, to really prioritize localization moving forward. I mean, the agency's made a huge commitment to this. Ukraine is a place where you're now like helping to lead the effort to see where the rubber meets the road. Like, what does that larger strategy look like in the Ukraine context? And how do your efforts touch those points that we heard today in terms of recommendations and concerns that were raised by Ukrainian responders? Over to you.
Great question. Thanks. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Diana Long, lead of the disaster assistance response team. And I mean, this is, as you said, yes, this is a direction that we have from the very top of USAID, and that we, as on the kind of ground level, certainly feel strongly that localization is the way forward. We've been working in Ukraine since 2014. So we were here before this, the latest invasion, and have been, you know, providing assistance. And what we see is, you know, there are some things that we can learn from, you know, that early history and ways that we can make sure that what we leave behind is sustainable and tangible, and that we empower the organizations that are here, that you all, the Ukrainian organizations, that will carry this forward into the future, that you will continue to support your people. The needs will be here for a long time. And what we want to do is empower you and build your capacity to address those humanitarian needs. So I would say, the ways that we are doing it, talking about localization and what it means, it does mean a lot of different things to different people. And there are many different ways to look at it. One of the ways that we have tried and that we're working on that is challenging is directly partnering with local organizations. But I will be frank, our bureaucratic requirements, as you all very capably and enthusiastically noted, come with many, many challenges. Our fiduciary responsibilities, the monitoring, the reporting, all of those are very difficult for local organizations that have maybe limited staff and limited training and experience in the humanitarian field. It's very difficult for those for them to take that on. So we want to be careful and not overburden. So we do try to partner. We are working on 2 direct partnerships that have taken us probably 6-8 months to come to that point. So it's an arduous, difficult journey. So we look at other ways that we can do it. And it is through our international NGO partners. We see that as the fastest way. And that's usually what I tell local organizations that come to us for funding, is to try to partner with an INGO. Recognize that's not perfect. It does have its own problems. But we rely on those INGOs to take on some of that fiduciary monitoring and reporting responsibility, so that the local organizations can do more of the distributions and ground level work without having all of that hanging over their heads. And the other way is the pooled fund. I know this is, and it can be seen sometimes as checking a box, but it's not checking a box for us. We are on the advisory board for the pooled funds. We really closely monitor how those funds are distributed, and we want to see that a significant portion of those go to local organizations, and that they're accompanied by capacity building and accompanied by the administrative support that you all noted is a major issue. So those are just 3 ways, and we're always looking for other opportunities that, different ways that we can figure out how to empower local organizations and take on some of the challenges that you all mentioned. And I just want to say thanks for inviting us to this conversation, and thanks for candidly sharing the challenges and concerns that you're facing that are impeding your ability to deliver assistance fast and effectively to the populations in need. You're the voices for those communities. We rely on you to explain to us the things that we don't know. And I wish our whole entire team could be here, but we do have a few people from our team in the middle. Jeff, Erica, Cole, can you raise your hands? I would say in the breaks, take the opportunity and do talk with them and share your personal experiences, because we're here to learn and listen from you. But I can say, Marty, I really do appreciate the recommendations that came out of the last session. I took copious notes. We're all taking notes, and we are walking away with some recommendations on things that we can do immediately that don't take a policy change, don't take a long, process, that we could do in the near term to figure out how to alleviate the burdens that you all have mentioned about the reporting, the arduous reporting requirements in conflict areas where your lives are at risk. You don't have time to sit and stop and take down names and get pictures and do all of those things. How can we alleviate that burden? Also, the administrative costs that you need to support your staff, who are foregoing, jobs, opportunities, and other things that they need to do in order to meet the needs of their communities. How can we support them? So we're walking away with some tangible ideas, and thank you for sharing those.
Я перепрошую, ми тут ще не домовили.
Yeah, sorry, we still haven't decided the order of speaking. Hannah, you'll be then the first. People in need. So the Ukrainian translation may vary. So People in Need is an organization that has been in Ukraine since 2003. but then much more actively since 2014. And you've probably implemented quite a lot of the things you have planned, what other organizations have not yet done, who've just arrived to Ukraine, starting from March last year. So could I ask you, from the point of view of people in need, what is localization? How you understand local leadership? And then the next question, relative to this, if you know what it is for you, if you have an understanding what localization is, maybe you have some strategy already. Maybe you have a working strategy in Kyiv, or maybe in Dnipro, or in Donetsk, wherever you are. So what are the pros and cons? What are the shortcomings and advantages that you've had? Like a couple of those and a couple of those that you've had through localization. Hello, everybody, and thank you for this question. Greetings, everybody. Localization or local leadership is a general saying that we, for ourselves, understand that exchange resources, exchange of expertise. So it's a bilateral exchange between local organizations, governmental structures, and international community, the way we see it. As for the policies, the localization policy is there. It's in place, and it's a Ukrainian policy. In Prague, we have partnership partners policy, and one of the priorities of this partnership policy is, again, localization and local leadership. As for the achievements or challenges that we've faced, and I wanted to address what we've heard in the discussions before. So first of all, in our organization, I am responsible for localization, and I'm in the right place. I've always lived in Ukraine. I know what's happening. I have a background in human rights activism, working in civil society for over 10 years. And I think it's highly important to have this kind of background for a position like this. People like me who have worked with civil society, working with volunteers, they know what it is. They have all themselves been volunteers and activists. They have themselves participated in different actions, in policy making, in programmatic work. Now, second thing I wanted to say is it's very important, it's crucially important to have what we call political will. So the willingness of politicians, the existential intent, as we would say, for them to do something, because they might be talking about things. They talk about values, and we share all those values. And head of our mission, Anna Dudova, is also here. But it's important to have the actual willingness to act on those declarations. So it's important to have local actors who deliver the messages, who communicate the messages, and there are ears who can hear that. There are people who came from other international contexts, and they have a clear understanding that it's important. And it's a work that's been happening bilaterally. We meet somewhere halfway. There is a certain consensus. I'm not saying that all the proposals that I have or other people are accepted during the forum like that. Sometimes it's very difficult because we have a compliance department, we have a financial department, we're fighting with them all the time, and we have to reach compromise in each and every time. And as for the problems and challenges that we mentioned today, what we are proud of, honestly, we've mentioned security today. For us, the duty and commitment of taking care of our partners is very important. We are now finalizing distribution of 300 personal protection kits, helmets, first aid and tourniquets, 300 field packages for our teams, more than 60 teams, so that they are safer when they deliver help. We do trainings in safety. We have a department sharing sometimes information, sometimes insider information. We're helping to design plans in case of situation deteriorating. So we provide that. And it's for us, it's also part of the localization policy. We also mentioned the necessity to engage organizations to join programming. We have at least 2 organizations like that present today who are actively engaged in developing protection programs, the right for protection, the people with disabilities, and we create together the programs that we will be implementing as part of the consortium over the next months. Also, in particular, because we ourselves might not have the expertise, in particular in inclusivity, as the counterparts have, the Assembly of People with Disabilities have. So we work out together a program, a comprehensive program. How should it work? We also mentioned today passportization. It's a kind of audit passport. So we do issue such passports, and would like to urge international community to recognize our assessment results. So what we could do from our side, we have done. We do provide certification to organizations who have gone through due diligence. But please, international organizations, please recognize those certificates, or at least take into account. Make the life of organizations easier. Don't push them through this procedure again and again. You know how difficult and cumbersome this whole procedure is. As for the trainings, sometimes there is a feeling that there are too many trainings, but we have some commitments to the people who we provide assistance to. We know that there are many organizations, despite the fact that they are well aware of the local needs of the local communities, the local authorities, they might not necessarily know humanitarian standards. It's not only about neutrality principle. It's about making pictures. Can you make pictures during distribution without the consent of the people? And about many, many other questions. So the level of awareness of these issues is much higher than March last year, of course, but our duty is still to offer this kind of trainings, this kind of awareness raising to our partners, invite them to them. We also do surveying. We ask them, what would you like? What is interesting for you? Having known that, we then provide training of primary first aid, and the Angels of Rescue have also gone through this training in Dnipro. I can talk a lot about our achievements, but to wrap it up, I can say we have introduced a simplified due diligence procedure. You can go through it for 2 days. It's not about big donor projects, but most of our activity now is smaller projects. So if you really want to become our partner and we have a real need, you can check our priorities. You can go through the due diligence in a couple of days and have a certificate. The problem may, however, be in that we have some safeguards. We have some safeguards and barriers within organization. We have sometimes we receive donor funding. We are not an independent donor. We have to correspond to other donors' requirements. So it's a question of advocacy. We are very well engaged in the work of other groups. We try to liberalize these approaches as much as we can, both within organization, talking through with the colleagues from financial department, and also with donors who work with the big money, and they say, okay, we distribute huge amounts, therefore we have a much more stringent requirements. So we have to still drive localization forward, but having all those things in mind. Thank you.
Marco, as the Deputy Humanitarian Coordinator for the United Nations, you have a lot of responsibility for managing and coordinating across UN agencies, but also with local partners and NGOs. I'm sort of hearkening back to some of the observations in the early session. Folks talked about how in the first days of the conflict, in the first days of the invasion, there was a tremendous amount of support, right, directly from donors who were simply calling and ask, what do you need? Right? And how do we get it to you quickly? and that over time, sort of the walls of bureaucracy go up and the walls of requirements go up as the nature of the emergency evolves over time. And how at OCHA, and as someone who's been focusing very heavily on localization, do you think about sort of breaking down those barriers and those walls of bureaucracy? What are the strategies that OCHA is putting into place to create a meaningful pathway towards localization?
Thank you. And let's start exactly from there, from my very presence here. I'm here as Deputy Humanitarian Coordinator, I think only and exclusively because I'm coming from a very long NGO background. It is a deliberate attempt from the leadership in the UN and who supports the UN, including the donors, and throughout the interagency standing committee where NGOs are formally represented and active. There's a deliberate effort here to try to move the agenda, to move the narrative on real localization and how we do implement it. So the attempt is not to remain focused only on two elements. One is the funding, and the other is the nature of the funding. So it's not only about the funding, and it's not only about how direct the funding is. We just heard from one of the top donors, if not the top, it is the top donor in the country, and that's where, that not always is possible or meaningful or effective to go into direct implementation or direct negotiation and transaction, if you want, for lack of a better word. There are alternatives. I don't like semantic. I don't like to really decipher words to their bones and so on, but we very often discuss, and maybe we use the negative accent on calling some actors as intermediaries, cut the middlemen in the global narrative around localizations and so on. I prefer to call them enablers in some cases. Some of those actors, the very actors that we just heard, are taking incredibly high burdens in order to make sure that they can liaise between a system that they know and they don't know because they were born, knowing it. They've been through processes. They've been, I think, 30 years, if I understand, is the life of PIN. 30 years of experience, of attempt, of building trust, building, being audited multiple times a year, if not a month, and so on, in order to get to not a status, but to a level where the negotiation and the direct accessibility to funding becomes a reality. There is where the magic can happen, because there you are the actor that can create not necessarily a direct link with one or two organizations, but with pool of organizations and so on. It's not that you act as a mini donor, but you create the condition for those actors to benefit of the resources that the donors are putting there. And the donors, there are the issues of policies and how long it takes to change and to transform this. But it's not that they don't want. They're also bound to accountability to eventually taxpayers. They have to pass through Congress, I suppose. They have to pass through parliaments, to the structure that they have. So there's no bad intentions out there not to give money directly, but there are structures that do respond to the very system that has been able here to come as international system and to, allow me the term, pump billions of dollars or euro for that matter into this crisis. Without that system, those resources won't be here. So let's start from there, because we started, I think, this seminar, this workshop, highlighting, I think, very interestingly, all the shortcomings of the system, but there is a lot of achievements that we need also to acknowledge and to praise. I spent 6 months not in Kyiv, namely in the Dnipro, but almost never in the Dnipro. Always, in the Oblast, trying to be there and so on. Last week, we did what we call a stock-taking exercises with more than 100 NGOs in Kharkiv, in the Dnipro, in Zaporizhia, covering also Donetsk and other oblasts. I think Luhansk and Kherson were covered. The feeling and the feedback that I got there is slightly different from what I heard here about coordination risk, over coordination risk into becoming a harm or to hamper the delivery of assistance and protection. Let's not forget that element of protection. It's not just about supplies in this country or in any crisis. The feedback I got there is a sincere, as much as I can detect, feedback from the national organizations and the local organizations about having had for months a consistent opportunity to share their views, to share their concerns. And ultimately, we have been trying to map the trend. Are we in a better position in the interaction between the so-called international humanitarian community and the national or local humanitarian community? Are we in a better place now as opposed to 6 months ago or to 12 months ago? Or we could go back in the decade that precedes this phase of the crisis. And yeah, the indicators that we have is that we are in a better place. There are organizations that say, okay, there was a nice moment of private funding at the beginning, March, then a drop. Nobody was listening to us. Everybody was confused. Everybody was in Lviv. Nobody was in the East. And then they came back. And now we are having multiple contracts. At the end of the day, are contracts with organizations that that enable us to operate and so on. Now, another element, if you allow me a couple of minutes, is about two elements. One is about the geography and the nature of this crisis. I heard very much the word about frontline. Of course, all the elements of evacuation, all of the elements of what is happening in the 20 kilometers to the contact line, and of course beyond. But beyond is probably is something that we can discuss in another forum. It is important. We are, as we speak, we are the community, the aggregated international community and national community is delivering an incredible amount of convoys in I think 20 or 30 Ramadas. Okay, as we speak, but we are talking about 6% of the population, where the collaboration is more meaningful and has to happen in a sustainable and systematic ways is probably within areas that are less treacherous to reach. There are tools. I mean, we can divide in a way the toolkit that we are using in areas that are very hard to reach for 6% of the population, which are absolutely at the top of our priorities. But at the same top of the priorities is the millions and the percentage of other people that are there in Kharkiv Oblast, in Zaporizhia Oblast, in Kherson, the occupied areas, and so on. So there is where I see the collaboration becoming organically better by the day. Near the contact line, there is also another dilemma, and I was a little bit surprised by the fact that the conversation on around the humanitarian principles came in so late in the conversation. First of all, we can talk about principles, but if we talk about humanitarian principles, those are the only elements that make of an actor a humanitarian actor. We're not saying or denying that there are other actors out there, but if we want to define who we are, what we try to be, is defined by the fact that we are trying our best to not to compromise in the principles. Yeah, I think I can maybe stop here and take any.
Great, thank you very much. Sasha, I know you're helping to co-moderate, but I wonder if you have any, as the leader of R2P, any observations about what you've heard so far as an organization that has sort of straddled both lines of the localization or the local leadership divide? What you've heard and points where you think that perhaps we can do a better job of connecting what donors and aid agencies are trying to do with the kind of concerns that we're hearing directly from the front line.
Я думаю,
Well, I will be short and concise because I want to give more room for questions and answers. But these 14 points that were mentioned in the statement, we encounter them basically on a daily basis, and I can tell you, yes. For instance, we had our own understanding of how localization should look like. We did. But for us, the most terrible thing was that basically 126 people from our organization were taken by international organizations to the UN, to the donors. So on one hand, the partners want us to do something, but on the other hand, they create the brain drain and take people who've been with us for 5 years and 6 years, and we've invested quite a lot of them. So maybe that's my pain as a head of the organization is the biggest pain. So then I think, and it's also a point of view from the organization, But I think there should be more attention to national organizations that could potentially localize, so to say, their work, and already have networks in parallel working with international organizations. So, but mostly the donors are looking into the possibility of, I'm not saying intermediaries, but organizations that the in-betweens who can transform both money and expertise or transfer down in the fields. I think there should be more attention paid to national and maybe local organizations that have expertise in development. So I'm very excited when I see what PIN is doing, what they're doing with organizations, but I couldn't imagine how you could localize 170, 160 organizations together. For me, it's a mystery, but maybe there is a way somewhere. So I think, in general, what concerned me, and we've heard about that mentioned several times, people in need might be a little different in that sense. But still, the organizations who work next to the front line, it was their choice. There was a volunteer organizations, local organizations, they were not pushed there. But the way we call them last mile delivery, that are so close to front line, they are literally not protected. And the risks that the big organizations then transfer down to the small organizations, that concerns me a lot. Like, we're not ready, let's say, to have partnerships with organizations who work there, because we know we cannot provide them protection, necessary protection. We cannot provide them at least minimum. And I see that everywhere. The UN, the international organizations, they relegate those risks down to those local organizations. And that is what I see. So I think that's enough for me. I think we can leave more room for the questions and answers. Hello. So my name is Julia, and I have some experience working with humanitarian organizations. And when I became a refugee and I lived in Czech Republic for some time, I became a person who consulted newly emerging organizations in Ukraine in things that they didn't understand. They didn't understand where they can secure funds, how they. So as a consultant who explained to them what's donor notes, budget notes, I played that role for them. And I think for better localization in Ukraine, it would be great for the people to have that kind of knowledge. Maybe for new organizations, there is a possibility to do some trainings and awareness raising. It's like literacy, so that they can take a big grant if they are in coalition with each other, if they understand full well how the projects are designed, how they are implemented, what are the principles that NGO lives by, so they avoid the stories that we know about. So maybe to do some trainings or a series of trainings, awareness raising, basic project literacy for the NGOs that newborn NGOs in Ukraine, so to say, that would help localization a lot. Thank you.
Very good, very valid point. Is a point where we have experience and we have tried, and thanks to some of the donors that are in the room, the Swiss Development Cooperation has been supporting a series of we call them expo, roundtable, mingling events, and so on. Basically, where opportunities where especially national NGOs and local volunteers groups were coming together and meeting with international NGOs, with the cluster, the infamous or famous clusters that we mentioned earlier, to understand a little bit how they work and what are the entry points and so on. No system is perfect. No cluster is able to answer all emails. Clusters are covering the sub-cluster representative that are sitting in the Dnipro, they're never sitting, they're sitting at best in a car, moving among oblasts. They are covering maybe 8-9 oblasts. So those people are really always on the move. But you know, the capacity to interact with national actors, it is really growing. With Sasha, I fully agree with your dilemma with the risk transfer. This is a huge dilemma. And this is where I think we've demonstrated Denise Brown, the humanitarian coordinator, the head of the United Nations in this country. She's constantly very near to the contact line. She's there. She says, I think she said multiple times, there's no way that my team and the partners of the team go where I cannot go. I have to demonstrate that I can be there. And there is safe enough, right? It's never safe enough. We know that the situation is what it is. There are situations where we decided that we can't go, but there are humanitarian principles. There is the risk transfer, but there is also the humanitarian imperative. Let's not forget. So there are sort of alternatives that we identify on an ad hoc basis. Sometimes with the organizations that would be there anyway. Sometimes, let's be honest, with the government. That is the only one that is able to operate in some areas, and we put very light, not limitations, but very light rules in order to avoid complete and blatant breaches to the humanitarian principles. It is not perfect, but it has been working for as long. And of course, again, we are talking about. I don't want to bust any myth and so on. You know your context much better than I know. But the data shows us that we are talking about a marginal percentage of the rest of the operation that is going on every day in this country, in the east as well, but also in the central and in the western part. Let's not talk even about the regional dimension of the refugee situation and so on. So it is not to demolish a system. Talking about the 6% of the target where something is working very well in the 94, right? percent of the target itself.
Доброго дня ще раз. Це знову.
Hello again. That's again Yulia from NGO Women's Go. So I have a question to representative of cluster system. We know about the reporting. We know about the 5 Ws that we as partners submit to our donors. And the cluster, we are members of several clusters. The cluster again and again asks us to submit the same data, but in the different format to cluster reporting. So my question, why NGOs are relegating their work down to a small local organization and don't aggregate this reporting from all the partners? And why cluster reporting is so different from 5 Ws that we report to donors? Thank you.
Yes, I don't want to go into technical, and I'm not the right person to go into all the details. But of course, any coordination system comes with some bureaucracies, some elements that are difficult to handle, and so on. I think there are some solutions there. One is to really, if the more an organization, in my experience, is not only about Ukraine. You can tell by the color of my hair. Any organizations that can live the life of a cluster would eliminate automatically a lot of the perceived burden, because you understand exactly what the cluster need in order to be satisfied. The other element that was raised minutes ago is not only about, we're talking about hundreds, potentially thousands of national NGOs and local actors. There's no system that is set to deal with that unless we invest in a coordination system. But we don't want to invest in a coordination system where the money can go to the affected population. That is the target. Let's not forget it. We are not here to create an overstructure. We are here to serve the people that needs us, and with a priority list. The people that needs us the most and then down the line. The proposal that or the commentary that was given before is that I think the system will benefit a lot with consortia or fora of organizations that come together at the operational level, not necessarily at the coordination level, at the operational level, because there is where you can have multi-sector capacity and where you optimize and create a system that is much more efficient and economically viable for everybody, for the coordinators, but also for the people that fund it. And they see value. I think some of the donors use the word value for money in where the money are going, in order not to invest or overspend in reporting and so on, where it can be done by a consortium and so on. I know in my country, I'm Italian, is a country where the civil society was flourishing. We have been able to demolish the coordination of national NGOs, because of course, being national and being close to each other, understanding the nuances, sometimes it's not easy to get along. Sometimes there are different opinions. Sometimes as in the nature of any civil society in its own environment, there are dissenting opinions and so on. But what is at stake there should be our compass. So we should overcome, I think, those small differences and get together. Let's not do something that will be a paradox. That it is easier for an organization to partner with the international or national organization to partner with the international because there is a little bit of disconnect, than partnering with your own peers, where the force, basically the capacity, the multiplier effect of humanitarian response it actually lays. So let's try this in 2023. This element of the consortia of local actors.
I want to first of all thank Marco from OCHA and Diane from the US government for being here, joining this discussion. And also we see and hear this very interesting, innovative effort from OCHA specifically with what you described, Marco. And I think it's unprecedented to have a deputy HC with your background and your commitment and focus on this. And so that's great. But so the follow-up question to yourself, but also to the US government representative is, how can we take this, and as you say, this enabling approach rather than the top-down intermediary approach, how can we take this and ensure that other UN agencies are enabling, and also the INGO community? So OCHA, as well as the focus work you're doing with that pooled fund allocation to these groups along the contact line and elsewhere, you also have the mandate with the HCT, Humanitarian Country Team, and so this sort of coordination role. So in other contexts, we've seen HCTs are developing HCT localization strategies with pillars on equitable partnership, risk sharing, different elements. So the things that were raised today around overhead costs or other aspects of enabling, there's actual milestones that can be tracked and there can be accountability. So is this something that's on the cards or could be? And then to Diana at the US government, we're already seeing how the US government's support for this agenda is catalyzing change in some global spaces. Would the US government be willing to convene, for example, a biannual dialogue like this, so to hear and interact directly with civil society? Like Ukraine, as in every other context, there are donor coordination groups, and quite often the dialogue with local civil society is very ad hoc, and it's sort of not, then it's hard to track progress. This kind of meeting could happen at least biannually, and then the issues raised we could track and see, particularly with those agencies that are getting the most money as hopefully enablers, but possibly top-down intermediaries. You could then track the 5 biggest INGOs and UN agencies. How are they doing on these specific issues raised, and not leave it to just an annual sort of donor conference where there's one local civil society that then in sort of 6 minutes is raising all the issues, but then there's not really there's not the space for a frank discussion as there is today. So could these be areas of follow-up?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and I'm sure we could manage something like that to have. I think it's interesting that it's both. I mean, I think it's quite simple and easy for us to do it on a Ukrainian level. But I also think, of course, it needs to be done on a global level as well to bring in, the local voices into that higher level so they can be speaking, say, to our administrator and sharing these viewpoints so that she can hear from them directly. I mean, she travels around and meets with local organizations all the time. She was here in Ukraine, I think it was in October, and we just had our deputy administrator here. And we introduced her to INGOs. We didn't have the opportunity to introduce her to local organizations, but we can certainly start adding that. But just to say they hear the voices, but I think it would be helpful, yes, in a more of a collective forum, to bring up what are the key challenges, and then for us to go from there as far as figuring out how to address them, and then coming back and reporting on the progress against those. I can say that our administrator is keen to find benchmarks where we, USAID, can evaluate ourselves on our progress in localizing. So that's the work that we're doing now to see what is a reasonable metric for us to evaluate ourselves. Is it funding amounts? Is it capacity building? Is it the number of partnerships? And it will vary by context, but we're certainly looking at ways that we can make sure that we're staying on track and that we're not just talking, that we're actually doing things, and that we're accountable as we make these commitments to everybody, that you can hold us accountable, that we're actually doing this. I think the point that you said about ways that we, as the donor, we do have some influence and a voice within the HCT, within the UN community, and with the NGOs. And I think there are ways that we can work with those entities to come up with ideas for how we can strengthen and do better capacity building. I can say one of the things that we do in our INGO awards, and I'm pretty sure we do it with our UN awards as well, is we do require that when our partners sub-partner, that they explain what their capacity building component is for those sub-awardee partners, the local organizations. Are they providing trainings? Are they providing admin staff? Are they providing supplies? I think somebody mentioned like the computers and the cars and those things. Are they providing all the support materials that they need? It's not just we give you, 500 metric tons of supplies that you then have to distribute on your own with your own capacity. So those are things that I think we can continue to monitor and track and make sure that we're including those in all of our awards and in our UN awards as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the avenues for the support costs in any operation and so on are there is a matter of in a number of tools. I think later we'll talk about the Ukrainian humanitarian funds and so on. There are those elements. It's very important for the organizations to be aware of that and to use that, to be stimulated to use that. So nobody's here to just provide only supplies and say sort it out, your diesel, your cars, your management, and then report to the details, to the penny, and so on. So the resources are there and the opportunities are there, but not only in operations, also in coordination. I mean, we have been really vocal at all levels, at the national level and at the sub-national level, for actors, NGOs in general, but particularly pointing at national NGOs to take the lead of these things called clusters, for instance. The result at the national level was, I think, satisfactory, anyway, promising. No, you see that you may have a different opinion, but there was an indication that there is an interest. At the subnational level, we were a little bit, I wouldn't say disappointed, but we saw that there is less interest. One of the elements that came out is nobody has money and time for coordination. True, but the donors are demonstrating, and we can ask them, but I know for sure that some of the multilateral donors are still very interested in supporting the capacity for national organizations to coordinate and to populate the coordination mechanism at the cluster level, at the subcluster level, at the cluster level, at the so-called area-based coordination. So what is happening in Kyiv, what is happening in Mykolaiv, what is happening in Zaporizhia, etc., etc. Those are opportunities. At the center, the United Nations, anyway, are structured with a sort of, I wouldn't say an algorithm, but a chain. And the brain and the decision-making level lays anyway at the HCT. Now, the HCT is, I don't agree with the data that were shared before. Only 2 national organizations represented there. It can be better for sure, but I think it represents the same number of donors as a start. And B, The forum of the NGOs is duly represented there and is one of the most vocal actor sitting at the humanitarian coordination team. The forum is a mixed one. It may be predominantly international, but it's not only the responsibility of the international organization. Nobody is kicking out anyone. Is a matter of creating those conditions because for national NGOs to take more space, to take more leadership, and therefore through the mechanism that the international system understands and regulates can work. And now the last word on the international system. It is there because it has to work here, it has to work in Afghanistan, it has to work in Congo, it has to work in Somalia. All right, the system is the international system is out there. What we are meant to do here is to contextualize it as much as possible. Now, any system, any functioning system has some elements of flexibility, but is not, we can't completely dismantle all the structures that are there because otherwise there will be no interface with the donors as a start, for instance, right? No HCT, no money, right? I think it's the first direct consequence and so on. So we need to adapt as much as possible. And Ukraine is one of the places where I think somebody said localization has to happen. If not now, when? It's not only the localization. There's the other element I think that is for you to talk, because we will talk about, we are in a already protracted crisis that will last for long, but there's all the elements of reconstruction and so on. So it's not now, if not here and now, where about localization is also about the so-called nexus, all about the recovery element, all about what is beyond the humanitarian. The humanitarian can help in transitioning, but in a context highly developed as Ukraine is happening, not in a sequential way as in other contexts. We need to end a war in order to start, for society to rebuild, to bend, but it's happening simultaneously. There are oblasts here that are already talking and walking the element of recovery. Maybe reconstruction is too early, but recovery of the society, of the social fabric and so on, it is not too early. So I think national organizations there are wonderfully placed to drive and to lead also in that one. So again, it's a call for leadership.
Just a very brief comment, if you don't mind. I'm thinking about marketing of the HCT and OSHA in general. So how to really to explain national local organization, how to fit civil society into the international infrastructure, yes, to the humanitarian architecture, international, not local. And what is an added value? So people do not understand, NGOs do not understand why they need to join either the HCT, just something what I can join that I would have more power, maybe. So clusters, subclusters. That's what you actually were mentioning, that there is kind of unwillingness to join the subclusters on the ground. So I believe that's kind of the reason, again, so it's a language issue as well. So it's a marketing issue, sorry to say that. So, and yeah, and because from my personal experience speaking to local organizations, so people want just to understand. And do we have money? Do we have what? Why we have to do that? Coordination is something very abstract, frankly. So that's what needs to be somehow channeled down, translated into like clear, plain language. And maybe we will more understand how to construct it properly, finally, for ourselves as well.
I have a question, but if Hannah wants to speak, please.
Я просто хотіла додати, що так.
I just wanted to add that, yes, also from the experience of talking to organizations, small and medium and volunteer organizations. often people have a hard time understanding of what the value added in participating in events like that, why they should invest their money, what do they get in return. And secondly, a huge number of these coordinational groups of subgroups and clusters, subclusters, everything, sometimes they are nationalized. And what's happening is the lack of some clear and coherent map or scheme or grand scheme of things of how everything is put together and what's the actual good from participating in this platforms. So addressing your question regarding fundraisings, we do these trainings. We have a powerful fundraising department, but it's been working with more sustainable organizations. As for the newly fresh organizations, we organize trainings. We engage for external experts. We have money for that from donors. So, Jednania is a super great platform that USAID supports, UNCPD, Prometheus, and many other resources where it may seem a bit chaotic, but it's there. And you can find, I think, opportunity to get this information from there.
Hi, my name is Carly. I work for Concern Worldwide. My question is for Diana. I am wondering if you can comment so we can hear the donor perspective on due diligence passporting, something that Hannah mentioned. I think it's something that as INGOs, we don't want to spend 2 days doing due diligence with an organization that has already working with PIN or ACTED or DRC or whoever. But I think we are constrained by our own HQs and our legal teams and our compliance teams, and quite frankly, what we can accomplish in country is limited. But if USAID said tomorrow, in order to receive BHA funding, you have to show us how you're reducing the admin burden on national organizations. You have to show us how you're supporting the idea of due diligence passporting. You have to accept the certificates of other organizations like PIN. We would all do it tomorrow. So I'm wondering, that's obviously an oversimplification, but I'm wondering if you can just comment on the, concrete things that a donor like USAID can do to push us on this level to reduce the admin burden on our partners and to make a little bit of progress, because I think we are not making that progress on our own. Thanks.
Yeah, I thought the passport idea, the certificate idea is a really interesting idea. I mean, I will have to say I certainly can't commit to any sort of changes to that approach. We generally do trust the internal control mechanisms of the organizations that we fund, because they have to adhere to our rules and responsibilities. But that being said, I mean, I think we can certainly. I think there are times where organizations read some of our rules and regulations in a more conservative form. So they take extra efforts to make sure they're on the right side of the line. And sometimes when we sit down and we talk, we see that this requirement is a little bit, you overreached, you went too far, you didn't need to go that far. So I think it's a matter of us sitting down and actually looking at those. But I think the passport idea is really interesting, and that's one that we'll take back and see. I don't know what the certificates look like. I don't know what the the checks are in there, but I mean, I think we could certainly look at it and see if that's something that we could say is one piece of an ability to put an organization in a category where we could say there's been a sufficient level of due diligence. I think we can take a look at that. It's not very different from, when we look at partnering, we go through this process. It's a long, arduous process of pre-award surveys. This audit where we send folks out, we go through all of these steps to look at the fiduciary mechanisms and all the other ability to meet our USAID rules and regulations. And once they are now in our system, and they are basically approved to partner in any other country. It's just the beginning step, but it gets them sort of green lighted to seek funding elsewhere where they don't have to go through that arduous process. So I can see a situation where, we might have something similar for local partnerships, to support the NGOs in their partnering. Because one of the challenges that we know is that, there's a few local organizations, or there's a group of local organizations that everybody is partnering with. And I'm certainly monitoring, and we're concerned about the idea that we were oversaturating or overwhelming that organization, which then makes them take additional risks. which then means that they can get themselves into a difficult situation where they are on the wrong side. And then perhaps in the future, we wouldn't be able to partner with them again because they made some, tragic mistakes. So we certainly want to avoid overwhelming some organizations who have just managed to get to the point where they can partner a lot. And we want to be able to, again, try to capacity build across a breadth and a depth of organizations, so that, all the communities everywhere, there are organizations that are able to continue or trained, have the capacity, and then hopefully when this crisis ends, have the ability to continue supporting their populations in need, and that we're not just, coalescing in these like key areas.
So I know we're coming to close to the time for our session, and we're kind of in a dangerous place now. We're standing between you all and lunch. But let's take at least one more question.
Okay, Diane, I have another question related to what I presented before about lack of data on the side of UN around how much money do they actually allocate directly to local organizations. My question to you as one of their main donor is whether you know what's the data and whether there are any further attempts to track it and to ensure that this data is publicly available, which would help with accountability. And my other question would be to Marco, and that's around capacity for coordination of local actors. So you've mentioned that at a subnational level is better, at international level the partners do not really strive to coordinate so much. But my question is, if the only funding available to local partners is the implementation funding of INGOs and UN agencies, and most of the coordination fundings goes to OCHA and clusters. And on an additional level, the local responders are the only responders with access to the most challenging areas and doing most of the last mile delivery for INGOs and UN. And considering recruitment challenge with UN and INGOs recruiting so much of the local capacity, is there any discussion about how can we actually free national NGOs capacity to coordinate? Because I'm sure they would be more willing to do it if they weren't already busy with too much implementation of multiple projects and losing capacity all the time. Thank you.
And just before respond to that, I mean, one of the things that's been quite striking to me from some time here and then talking to folks over time in different parts of Ukraine, there are some very robust Ukrainian civil society coordination mechanisms. People are talking to each other and responding to crises all over the country, and they're doing it through highly localized networks of people who are talking to each other. And I wonder at times, I was in the UN for a long time, and I wonder if we do a good enough job of sort of trying to bend our systems to connect with those networks, which are responding very quickly and which are sort of organized in the way in which local responders and populations need to be organized to deal with the crisis that they're facing.
So to the first question, I know the second question was from Marco, but I do want to touch on that just really briefly. But for the first one, I did note the question mark on your slide, and that is something I put a note next to that to follow up on, because I imagine there must be some way, obviously, there must be some way of tracking how the assistance goes or how much of the direct funding goes down to the local organizations. I know we can also, the UN agencies are able to track how much goes to the INGOs. Many INGOs are implementing partners for UN agencies. And of course, local organizations are the implementing partners for those INGOs. There's a pathway. We just have to find it. So that's on my list to follow up on. But your question about how can we support local organizations to participate within the coordination mechanisms? I mean, I can say for me, one of the things that I've always worked on is bolstering the we're talking about coordination. It's a big area for USAID. It's a key area where we invest. We're one of the largest donors of the coordination system. We fund OCHA, we fund NGO cluster coordinators. For each of the clusters, sometimes we'll split it off with say ECHO or another donor, but we try to fund as many of the clusters and the NGO voices there, because we do recognize that there's a lot of imbalance at times. UN agencies are very strong, have a lot more money than say individual NGOs. And we want to make sure that we're providing the resources to allow that NGO voice to be raised. And now that is starting to expand, not just to international NGOs, but to national NGOs as well. We're starting to look at how can we bring up the national NGOs to participate and fund them to do that. So we're looking at adding those as a funding line to some of our awards. And I think, you know, subcluster coordinators, any subclusters, you know, just anywhere we want to make sure that we're financially supporting folks to participate in those roles, because we know that it is a difficult, time consuming role and you can't implement and then go to 18 different cluster meetings. So yeah, point well taken.
No, thank you. And you answered to most of the elements I had in mind, and is promising what she's saying. Basically, the tools are there, the opportunities are there. It's a matter now to find that is the same mechanism that we were discussing earlier. Probably how much direct, how much indirect. But at the end of the day, what I fail to see the difference if you know an NGO is eventually funded through an international non-governmental actor to do coordination. Then is where we should be happy and not be, you know, obsessed, for lack of a better word, about how direct the funding was. Yeah, there may be some percentage that is going to be not wasted but spent to on the marketing. Yeah. Oh, there is huge risk, I think, for the national NGOs, for the international NGOs. Sorry.
Sorry. So there is a risk when we don't have direct funding from a donor. So you might be really impacted by an intermediary. So those who fund you for coordinations. That's why I believe that it's of a paramount importance to have this direct funding for coordination. That's what we've been actually experiencing right now.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, but the aspiration is completely right. Now, let me take off the art of the deputy humanitarian coordinator for a moment and talk as a you know, NGO person for many years. I think a lot of the burden is also on the international, what you call intermediary, I call it enabler, where all the reporting, all the financial, administrative, legal risks are there. If something even tragic happens, you know, let's say in operational partnership and so on, the intermediary is for sure in a similar situation than the national actor. Is not that, you know, because due diligence wasn't done probably in the right way. I don't know if, not due diligence, sorry, the due care. Yeah.
Marco, if I may also just on this point, you know, there right now is a decree by the government to exempt humanitarian workers. And my understanding of that is that in order to qualify, the NGO must be funded by an international donor in order to have some of their staff exempted from conscription. So that's a specific example where not getting international funding directly could potentially impact a program. Now, I know there's a lot of gray areas, there's a lot of discussion about this, but just to give you one concrete example that seems to be an issue.
Yeah, you want to say something?
My point was mostly about impartiality.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understood what you meant, that you might be directed by the international NGO. They might have greater pressure because they're funding the national NGO. I'm not really clear on how that manifests in the coordination mechanisms, but I can understand how it manifests in the implementation or how a program is implemented. So yeah, that's a challenge because you're right, because we don't have a direct relationship. We don't actually have direct contact and reporting from that national NGO. But I think I'll have to think about ways that we can kind of address that. But maybe also by the fact that if they're in the coordination mechanisms, the NGOs have their forum. If those issues kind of rise up where an organization is feeling that they're being pressured by international NGOs to do stuff that they don't think is right, that perhaps the voices can come through the NGO forum. Yeah, that's just one thought.
So I believe that there is a beautiful vehicle for that. So it's the UHF.
Yeah.
So, and UHF actually can cover this concern.
Okay.
No,
so
just one element of the, no, okay.
just because I think we're a little bit over time, and I think there are two more quick questions we want to take. We'll take them together and then respond. Go ahead, please.
Так, дякую.
Yeah, it's from organization helping to leave. Maria Trotz, I have a practical question on direct funding tools. There are many organizations here who work in our sphere, evacuation of population, direct evacuation from the war zone, and we faced problems that there's a direct funding problem, not grant funding, so that we can provide security and safety for the people there, evacuation, first aid, etc. So we faced the problem of grants that there's a lot of complex documentation. There are organizations who know how these documents are filled out. There's only 3 months the processing time, that there should be a volunteer organization working for several years, and many organizations who evacuate people are just freshly established funds established in 22. So my question on the tools and mechanisms, is there on the UN or other organizations specific programs of direct financial support, non-grant support, with some quick deadlines so that there are no conditions that require serious package of documentation like cost estimate, helping to live as a national Ukrainian foundation, so that we could distribute these funds depending on the urgent needs that are locally there, and would provide reporting afterwards, what they've done, what they've delivered over a month or quarter, as we would agree with some UN-based organizations, managerial units, non-state actors, etc. So it's a very specific tool. And a question, is there a direct tool of financial support which is not bound by grant conditions?
Well, to understand what is a financial financing tool that is not a grant delivering tool, what is under the UN? So I think the answer is always the UHF. Through the UHF, we can create this kind of pool or sub pool, because the UHF being already a pool. So it's something, is certainly an interesting idea to be developed. I think is something. But if you talk about non-transactional, non-financial partnership and so on, I think especially in the decision making, it goes all the way through coordination at the local level, through the subclusters, the east level or regional level and so on, and then to the point of the HCT. And Sasha, for instance, we were talking about the marketing and so on. Yeah, we have done through some funding from the Swiss government and so on, this kind of expo in order to. But you are sitting in the HCT. You have to do the marketing as well. It's not, you know.
So that's what we're talking, direct financial. So it was about direct financial help to local, national organizations, not necessarily being a part of the cluster or not. Maybe we would be part of the cluster or group, but it takes time. And we don't always have the luxury of this time or resources to do this kind of organizational thing. So the question, is there an instrument of direct financial assistance for organizations who do evacuation?
It's a coordination, because otherwise yes, there is. It's not through the coordination though, is through the individual agencies. UNHCR, IOM, UNICEF, WFP, and so on have a long list of partners with whom they work on a daily basis. Different frameworks to partner, Some are very structured, some are less structured. Some they work out of a lump sum attached to the metric tons you're moving and so on. Some they work with the overhead for operational costs, for staffing, for directors and so on. So there is I would say a very interesting amount of money flowing through the UN agencies, and for that matter also through some of the INGOs, maybe the bigger.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks very much. I think we're about 15 minutes over time, so we're probably going to have to call it there. The one thing I would just say coming out of the session, my main takeaway is the importance of continuing this kind of forum where there's a real opportunity to ask these questions and also to facilitate dialogue, directly with donors, right? And be able to have that sort of direct conversation. I mean, I know, Marco, you get to travel around a fair amount. It may be harder for some donors to do so. And interestingly, I think we've got a couple of other donors, not just Anna here in the room, and like establishing a mechanism where Ukrainian organizations can speak directly to them together over time could provide a really important sort of knowledge transfer, but also tool of accountability. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job.
Well, unless we invite them to the door, I mean, unless we're less. Yeah, but then we have one. We invited like